at least a little good at boxing is like something they can't handle. You know, like he's obviously like I was hoping he sucked. I probably got the worst end of this. I was hoping he was really bad. I was gonna go beat him up. That was gonna be a lot of fun. And I was gonna make some money, and there we go. And now he's fighting Anderson Silva, and he's actually not that much of an underdog. I mean, Errol, if I told you I was gonna box Anderson Silva, you'd be like, "Hey, Ben, you're gonna get your ass beat." And I'd be like, "Oh, it's Anderson Silva. He's really good." So, you know, unfortunately, he is significantly better than anyone anticipated, and that was something I didn't anticipate. And yeah, I think MMA fans really struggle with that because they really, really don't like this guy. Um,
And you write
yeah, I
about
mean,
you write about Jake in the book. Do you regret taking that fight?
no, life sucks if you have too many regrets.
But
I try to live my life with any.
it doesn't bother you that there's, if it's because of him, if it's because of like, people don't remember how there was a period you weren't getting touched. Like the stats in your fights, they may not have been, the most fan friendly, exciting fights, but that was dominance unlike we had ever seen for quite a while. And no one wants to acknowledge it, talk about it. They want to talk about the last couple fights, the losses. That's not fair to me.
This is human beings. This is human beings. This is what
That
they are.
doesn't annoy you?
No, because I've accepted people for who they are. I talk about in my book early, one of my first experiences, I've probably said this to you before, but one of my first experiences with, and this is right, pre-social media. So like the mass of human beings, right? Like lots of people thinking together like in a hive mind, is there was wrestling forums. And so this is the year 2000. So this predates social media significantly. Have I told you this before? Am I going to bore you?
I don't think so. No, go ahead. It's good stuff.
I've never told you. Okay. So I got done with, we essentially go sectionals, then state in Wisconsin, right? And I got done with sectionals, and everyone says, hey, there's this forum, and everyone's talking about you. Because my thing that year was I wanted to set the state takedown record. And I did, right? But it was so, now looking back, it was so boring because I would take kids down and let them up just repetitively, And so naturally that engendered a lot of dislike from people. Right. So someone says, hey, there's these forums and people are talking about you. I said, okay, cool. I've never heard of this. Let me go look at these things, And sure enough, there's these people just talking all this shit. And I knew it then, and I'm certain of it now, but it's like 90% adults, And so I fired back. I'm like, I'm going to win state next week. I'm going to whoop this dude and I'm going to whoop that dude and blah, 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 blah. And I did. I went and whooped them. But people hated me for it. And so then, of course, I just continued to antagonize them for the next 2 years of my high school career. And I started recognizing how easy it was to upset people, right? And this is a 15, 16-year-old kid. Like, I would just do something stupid. Like, I mean, one thing I did was grow my hair out, right? That made people mad. Like, oh, his hair is so dumb. He needs to cut his hair. Or I would take this we called it the ghetto blaster. It was like a boom box back before. This is pre iPad, not iPad. What were the first things called? iPods.
iPod, yeah.
Pre-iPod days.
Yeah.
I would take a boombox and play it, and it just makes everyone so mad. And so I saw very early on how group psychology worked, and obviously how I could use it to continue to antagonize people, and get people to talk about me, right? Which I would use later in MMA. But I also realized it was fully irrational, and that people really want to have someone to hate. Like, that is a big part. I don't know if you realize this is a big part of sports. It's like everyone wants someone to cheer against. Everyone wants someone to hate. So that's fine. I was fine being that guy, but I realized how people's minds work. And MMA is classic. Like, dude, you can have a great. And this is not me talking about myself. You could apply this to 27 other people. You can have an outstanding career. You can have a great run. You lose, and you're a bum. Right? Like once or twice, and people are like, oh, that dude sucks. I knew he sucked. He was terrible. He was always terrible, It's like, that's just how MMA is. And as a fighter, if you don't accept that, if you start having your ego tied in with the fans' opinion of you, dude, you're going to be all jacked up. You are going to be like, oh, I feel so great because the fans love me. And then the fans turn on you, you're like, oh, I'm a piece of shit. No one likes me. Wow. That's what the fans do.
When you go back, and I know that you're going back to Missouri this weekend. When you go back, do you get that love? Do you feel appreciation?
Yeah. I mean, I do. Generally in my life, I feel appreciation. it's pretty rare that I feel. I mean, it's social media they'll say that, but no one treats me like everyone treats me great, right? I have an outstanding life. I haven't been to Mizzou. When was the last time I was there? It's been maybe a couple of years. So, but I'm really excited because I get to go to the football game. We have 5 Ashland Wrestling Academy wrestlers on Mizzou's team now, one of which is a national champ. So we get to kind of see those guys, hang out with them. Yeah, so I'm really excited for it.
Even the trade, people look back on the trade, and I know you write about the trade as well, and it's fascinating stuff. Like even the trade, I feel like is looked at with a bit of revisionist history goggles. Like, oh, what a horrible deal that was. By the way, when you came over to the UFC, I don't know if I've ever seen someone garner that much heat in that quick amount of time. Like I remember your social media game. You were like spraying everyone with an Uzi. It was like there were no. You showed up at MSG. Remember that? Like it was like the NWO showing up back in the wrestling days. If that means anything to you, you were on fire. They would have done that deal 10 out of 10 times, and yet now people look at it like,
and then,
oh, what a dumb deal.
Journeyman bum Masvidal became one of the biggest stars in the game. You're welcome, George.
You think he appreciates you for that?
If he doesn't, he's an ungrateful son of a bitch. How about that? He needs to send me a Christmas card every year for the next 20 years. But legit, if he doesn't, he's ungrateful. But he probably doesn't want to give me credit for anything, so suck it, George. You know, with the trade, the other thing the trade was tremendous is you know, Demetrius, he's still over there kicking butt, but it's like, I was retired. I honestly, that one championship, yeah, they did do good job because I wasn't going to do nothing else for him. I said, I'm done, you know? So they had an asset that was going to do nothing. I was happily retired doing nothing. And then they were able to get Demetrius Johnson, who's now had, I don't know, 10 fights. Or, you know, he's had a lot of fights for them. And then UFC, I think it was just like, they were just, obviously, if they really, really wanted to keep Demetrius, they would have. And I think it was just one of those things where, for whatever reason, and I guess I would have guesses, but I'm not going to put it out there because I don't know, like, their relationship wasn't that great. They just didn't really like each other. There was a lot of bitterness there, and it was, yeah. He wanted out, and they let him out, and it worked out great. Honestly, there should be more trades in MMA.
I was just going to ask you that. Are you surprised?
There really should be. I don't know what they're doing. Like, the only one that ever happened was awesome.
Yes.
Like, why has no one said, hey, that was really cool? Like, why don't we go do that again?
I'm shocked. Maybe I'm not shocked.
Shocking. No,
there's so many egos. There's so many egos. But like a Bellator and PFL, make a freaking trade, guys. Spice things up.
But even with the egos, between I'll say the 4 more major ones: PFL, One Championship, Bellator, and UFC. Surely there are some fighters in all those organizations that don't really want to be there.
Sure, of course.
No, so you got like, hey, we have 500 fighters. Hey, these 50 don't really want to be here anymore. Like, and they're kind of tough to deal with in or butt. Who can we go get? Who can we go get in exchange for them? You know, how can we get rid of them? They don't even want to be here. Like, let's go. Let's get rid of them. You know, like, I don't know. It seems reasonable.
You have to agree to it, right? Like, that trade doesn't happen if you don't agree to it.
Yeah, I would have had to agree. Did I? I don't know. I don't even think about that. There was no debating for me. It was like, yeah, let's freaking go. But yeah, I would think the athlete would probably, but I'm not sure.
But I feel like in most cases, like, hey, AJ McKee, you're unhappy here. We're going to trade you to the UFC for so and so. Makes sense. By the way, I wanted to mention this just to prove that I did read the book. Page 106 of your great book entitled Funky, which comes out October 25th. Yeah. You write this. I didn't want any of that to happen. Neither did Bellator or the UFC. You're talking about your foray before trying to go to the, when you tried to go to the UFC initially, which hated when information on fighter pay became public. The matching clause was a problem that I needed to figure out before doing anything. This is when you left Bellator. In truth, I genuinely believed I was headed to the UFC. At this point, I was undefeated, a perfect 12-0, vocal, polarizing, dismissive of certain media, smug, confident, cocky, and all kinds of other adjectives that got thrown around in the media. Now, certain media has a little footnote, number 58, and if you go down, it says, namely Ariel Helwani. with whom I had beef for talking shit about my fight with Douglas Lima. He quote-unquote banned me from his show. I tweeted to him that I didn't want to discuss the merits of my style with a non-fighter while inviting him to, quote, go in a cage with me. When you do that, I'll do your show. Otherwise, kiss my ass, end quote. We later reconciled. I mean, here's the thing about that. That all happened. I feel like we later reconciled is unfair to the relationship that we developed afterwards. Like, I feel like we not only did we reconcile, he became one of my favorites in the game, and we had some great moments and interviews afterward. I mean, I feel like for someone that may not know, you might think to yourself like, oh, they're still kind of frosty. Is that a fair criticism?
I guess that's fair. Yeah, I mean, I think it's. I think we later reconciled is also it's truthful.
It is truthful. You regret that, don't you? Right?
One thing, writing the book, you say you like, you asked earlier about regret. Fight, and living life with regrets is bad. You'll like if you regret saying something to someone or doing something to someone, like call them up, tell them like, hey man, I'm sorry, help me out, whatever, right? But like the one thing, writing the book and then I read through it obviously a couple times to make sure everything was factually correct, and then I did the audio book. That was really hard.
Wow.
Is like, how did I not end up in the UFC? I mean, I remember at the time in 2013, like having those thoughts, like, how did that not work out? I was up like 12-0, ranked like 7 in the world or something. Like, how did this not work out?
And you still don't have the answer, right?
I still don't have the answer. And I said, so this book was written, like I said, during Corona. Then the one and only time, Dana and I had phone conversations. It was actually during the big call fight. And so a couple times he just called me to kind of chat about boxing and whatnot. But those were literally my own. I never had a.
Really? Even when you got traded?
No. Wow. Like conversation. I wish I would have asked him. Yeah, because it was just like, why did that not work out? And I have my guesses, obviously, and I put them in the book. But yeah, the notion that I was 12-0 and number 6, 7, 8 in the world with the wrestling pedigree that I had, and there was a lot of excuses he gave, and unfortunately, I don't think you did, but a lot of the media ate it up. But like, he doesn't want the challenges. He's not experienced enough.
Yeah.
Like all these things, he's not going to sell any fights. All those are now obviously false. And so, like, what was the real reason? And I would guess it was something about me being in Bellator.
You challenged him a little bit with the USADA stuff, and I think he might have
challenged him with the USADA stuff, and that probably had a little bit to do with it. But that can't the whole thing.
I mean, he holds a grudge. Let me tell you.
He's a grudge.
And so he would call you up to check in on how the training was going, to talk boxing. Like, why was he calling you up?
Yeah, a couple times. Yeah, called me up, and yeah.
He set you up with Freddie Roach too, right?
Yeah.
He really wanted you to beat Jake Paul.
Yeah, of course.
And I don't think
I was like an asset that, again, kind of like when I retired from one, I was an asset that was no longer of any value to them because I wasn't going to fight again.
Right.
So it's like, okay, well, if Jake Paul calls up someone on my active roster, then I might lose them for a said period of time, or if they lose, maybe they lose value, and I'm an asset who has no value because I'm not fighting anymore. So it's like he's probably like happy for me to be a distraction, and he probably thought the same thing I did, that hey, this dude like legit sucks. And
right.
Maybe. He might outbox me for a couple rounds and be retired, then I'm going to rough him up,
By the way, who do you think wins, Jake or Anderson?
This is not like the Cosmo.
No, this one's actually happening in a week and a half.
Well, I don't understand, but I know about like Bo Nichols. Like for me, it's just a guess. Like I don't know. Like it feels like. I mean, honestly, I genuinely thought I was going to beat him up. I thought I was going to beat him up. So obviously, I've underestimated him multiple times now. So, obviously part of me says, beat up Anderson, I feel a little bit better on myself because surely Anderson's like 10 times better of a boxer than I am. And if he loses, I get to see him beat up, which I think everyone wants to see him get beat up. So I think, who doesn't want to see him get beat up? Everyone wants to see that.
I feel like there's some 13-year-olds.
I'm sure he fully understands that. He fully understands that, and he's still with that.
You gonna watch?
Ooh, there's a big wrestling event that a bunch of my wrestlers are taking part in called Who's the Big Cheese? It's gonna be like to determine who the #1 wrestler is in Wisconsin. That's it.
So you don't feel like any kind of emotional investment in this story? MMA guy, no, nothing. You've completely rid yourself of it.
Yeah.
All right, that's fair. By the way, you talked about the hair. Talk about the hair in the book as well. I wanted to ask you a question. We have this, guys. I want to ask you, who wore it better? Me or you?
Oh, I've seen this picture before.
I mean,
Definitely me. Look how big that afro is.
Are you kidding? I feel like mine is a lot thicker.
You know, you did a black power symbol in your right hand. What are you doing over there?
Well, no, I'm just saying, power to the people. Power to the people, I'm fighting for the little man.
You should grow your hair out again, because you got a nice hairline. It's not like you're getting old and you're losing all your hair, Errol.
That was me in college back in the day. How old are you in this picture?
17, probably.
Wow.
You know what that is in the background right there, right?
Kurt Angle?
No. Yes, again.
Come
on, you can't get this?
My eyesight is really bad. Mark Kerr.
No. How would I wrestle with those guys? Those guys are way older than me. That's freaking Johnny Hendricks. Come on.
Wow.
I freaking lost to Johnny Hendricks that year at Junior Nationals.
By the way, it looks nothing like Johnny Hendricks.
I always wanted to get that mic. Yes, it does. It looks exactly like him, right behind me.
Wow.
Like zoom in, producer. Who's producing the show?
Yeah, they
zoom
can't
in
do
on
that. They can't zoom in. We don't have that kind of capability. I don't think so. But yeah, okay, I'll take your word for it. I just think mine looked a lot thicker. By the way, did the ladies like yours? They didn't like mine.
Yeah, sure. I mean, I don't think this would be my advice to all the young men out there.
Sure.
Because for a while, in my very younger years, I thought, I ain't a very good-looking dude, so girls aren't gonna like me. And then I realized if you just go start talking to them and say the right things, like they're totally into it.
And
that's it.
And
that's all you gotta do.
Now you got.
And you
Amy.
get a lot of reps. Hey, to take it back to the beginning of the conversation.
Sure.
You gotta be okay with getting turned down. You're gonna fail sometimes, but you just keep attacking like a single leg. I tell my wrestlers, you shoot single leg for the first time, probably not gonna be very good at it. You shoot it for the 100th time, you're gonna be better. You shoot it for the 1,000th time, now you're gonna know where to go for some success.
I mean, if there isn't a better promo, if you will, for the book and the lessons, because it's not just a book about your life, it's about getting knocked down, dusting yourself off, fighting again. And I always feel weird saying this, but I hope you know it's a compliment, because it didn't happen often to you. No one has ever lost better than you. Do you know what I mean? And I hope you understand where I'm coming from, because everyone loses at some point, even if it's just once. But everyone loses.
That son of a bitch Khabib.
Yeah, I guess. Everyone loses. You dealt with it better than anyone. Last thing, by the way, speaking of which, Islam, Charles, who do you got? I mean, I feel like this is a fight that you would love, right?
Yeah. This is another one that I've been having a very.
You've been sitting on the fence a lot with these predictions.
I have been.
Yeah.
But I told you, I always try to be authentic and say how I feel. It's really weird. I look at Islam's record to me is so strange, because he's won so many damn fights in a row, but yet he's never fought anyone that's like in the top 5. Like, how have they not bumped him up? And maybe the answer is a lot of people say no to him, right? That's definitely a possibility. I just didn't consider it. Hold on. But yeah, I mean, it was like, I think the best guy he fought was Dan Hooker, who's he's good, but he's like like a 6 through 10 ranked guy type thing. Yeah, probably Dan. I mean, Bobby Green's a tough guy. Yeah, you look through that record and you're like, how has he never fought any of the other guys? It's almost preposterous that he's won this many fights but not fought in, Poirier or Chandler or
Now, in his defense, he was booked against some, RDA a couple times, some bad luck, some injuries, but you're 100% right.
Yeah, so it's tough. So I'm gonna go Charles, just because he's been so good for so long. If you look at his last, I think 8 fights, it's like a who's who. He's just taking out the best dudes, he's taking out different ways on the ground. He took Tony down and just hold them. He strikes well. I'm gonna go with him.
All right. Again, the book is called Funky, October 25th. congratulations. It's a great read. Really, and you're right. There haven't been a lot of great MMA books, so I'm happy. And I know your career is not just MMA, but I'm happy that you did this and you got the great Chuck Mindenhall by your side. So that alone is all you need to know. There's the picture pre-order now. It's available wherever you get your books. October 25th. Fun to do this, Ben. Thank you very much. Good luck with the book.
All right, have a great day.
All right, there he is, the one and only Ben Askren joining us. One of the best to talk to in this game. Always enjoy our conversations. Very fun. They flow. And I could say the exact same thing about our next guest, who is always kind to join us, who's one of the best minds in the game, and of course with a lot of focus on the bantamweight division this weekend. I thought it would be a great time to check in with Dominick Cruz. Truth be told, I bothered him a couple times over the last couple months and probably was a little too annoying about it all. But he finally said yes. So I guess there's a lesson there for all of us. Dominick Cruz, the greatest bantamweight champion of all time, joins us. Hello, Dom. How are you?
What's up, Ariel? Good. I'm good, man. How are you? I hear your conversation about me not getting back to you a couple times. What's that about?
I just said, yeah, I knew you were listening. I said I was annoying. So I said it was my bad.
Yeah. No, I mean, how do you interpret that you were annoying me?
I probably asked too many times. Twice?
Or maybe I just wasn't ready for an interview.
I know, that's right. And
that's it.
Isn't there a part of you that's like, you know what, bud? Leave me the F alone, all right? I've given you enough interviews. Just give me some time.
Well, I mean, I think the fact that you know that that's a conversation for all us fighters and you do it anyway is something for you to think about.
I usually have a personal rule where I never ask someone right after a loss. Like, unless I could tell that they want to speak, that's a personal rule.
But you did, so.
Well, I think I waited a little bit.
Okay.
All right. How are you?
I'm great. I'm outstanding, man. I mean, come on. Life is good. Life is too good. Let's be honest.
Why is life so good?
Man. I mean, I come from a trailer park. I'm out of the trailer park. Let's be honest. Life is good, man. I got a job. My family loves me. I've got a home over my head. I've got a car in the garage. I've got a job in a time where a lot of people don't have one.
Yeah.
There's a lot of things to be grateful for, don't you think, honestly?
Absolutely. I'm very appreciative, very grateful. That's great perspective because you've had these things for a while, but it seems like you're very appreciative of them right now. Is there a reason for that?
Well, it's always been that way, but you're asking me how I'm doing, and so I'm telling you right now. That's where I'm at. Yeah, gratitude is, it's impossible to be in any kind of sadness when you're in gratitude, and it's not that I am sad. It's just that it's impossible. It's physically impossible. So I focus on the things I can be grateful for as much as possible, especially times like this where everything's up in the air.
Sure. Can I ask, back in August after the fight, were you sad initially?
Sad isn't the word, you know. It's disappointment in, you know, that obviously the whole goal when you put in a 12-week camp is to win. And when you don't win, there's disappointment. But sadness isn't really the term, I don't think, for me. It's more just like you got to reset everything. You know, you have to look at everything and rewrite it. So it's just okay, reassessment.
And have you watched it?
Yeah.
Because you're such a critical eye, you're such a great analyst. I know you do a ton of research, a ton of homework. I think the idea of you watching yourself, especially after a moment like that, is fascinating. How do you watch it? Like, do you just sit and watch? Do you take notes? Are you with people? Are you with coaches? Are you by yourself? What is that experience like?
You do all of it. First you watch it alone, then you watch it with coaches so that they can make the assessment. That's still gonna come. I've just been watching it on my own. And you know, Tarantula MMA, Randy Brown, I actually heard, because I get the benefit of doing these fighter interviews. And I learned so much from these fighter interviews, so much from the fighters. That's one of the reasons why it's nice to be able to be on them. There's so many different minds you get to pick. And something he said is he goes back and he watches his wins and his losses over and over and over and over and over and over, and like he worded it like that. And I remember looking at him thinking, man, what a strong soul. to go back and watch your losses over and over and obsess about it. And he's a young up and comer, you know, and I feel that as a veteran in the sport, through my assessment and my experience, as long as I've been in the game, the ones who are actually the experienced ones are the youngest fighters now. It's weird how I see it that way.
Really?
It's like because they have the intangible, which is the clear intention and the you can't stop me, because they don't know any better. They're just free. They're just so free. And so I love to listen to, like, I got some 21-year-olds in my camp. Like, you could literally knock them down 3 times and there's no score that they're keeping. They're just trying to kill you. They don't know there's a loss going on. There's just no scorecard in their heads. And any up-and-comer, any youngster that wants to grow and get themselves out of the gutter that they're in, or whatever they call, whatever their intention is to getting to the best in the sport, those are the ones you got to learn from. They'll do anything. They'll run up a mountain. They'll sleep in a gutter. Those are the ones to learn from. And so Randy Brown, listening to him say that, it's like, okay, you know, there was a time in this sport where film study wasn't even a thing.
Right.
You don't watch, it's not even, you can't even find film. You know, you look on Sherdog, you can't even find people. That's the era I was in. This era, watching it grow to this time where now it's like football and basketball and baseball, you watch film. And if you don't watch film, you're behind. And listening to a Randy Brown who's young, you know, in his 20s, rising up the ladder, and then watching all my young guys that I train with, they get me ready for these fights. It's just you got to pay attention to that. Yeah, you got to watch the film, and it's not easy either to go back and watch yourself lose. So that was something I heard from Randy Brown. I just want to pay respect to him, because that's something that a lot of people could learn from, I think, is the humility it takes to go back and watch that. And I think that's why fighters sometimes the most down-to-earth people that you can meet, is because we have to watch those things. And we know the humanity that's in us better than any pro athlete on earth, I think, because we don't play games. It's life and death.
Was there a period in your career early on when you didn't watch film?
Well, I was winning a lot, so I never really watched my wins.
Wow. Do you regret that?
No, I can always go back and watch them.
No, but like in the moment, were you appreciating them?
No, I wouldn't say I regret it, but what I noticed now is going back, I didn't appreciate any of my wins. I didn't appreciate any of the things that I've done as much as maybe I could have. I wouldn't say should have, because everything's the way it was supposed to be. But like, I could have probably been. I can remember winning a world title and being more upset at myself for the damage I took in the fight than I was for losing some fights, which is it was a real big learning lesson for me to show me how the dichotomy of wins and losses and how equal they really are if you actually take them in and pay attention. So yeah, that's why I think I don't get sad about losses, but you definitely, like, it takes a moment in time, which I've been taking this whole time, month and a half, to just sit with and notice it and allow your body to do whatever it's got to do with it. You know, I'll wake up in the middle of the night, you're having a nightmare, you're pissed off at yourself. Wake up at 3 in the morning and just yell, you know, the F word.
Really?
Because that's the first thought that comes to your head. Is you open your eyes and the first thought that comes to your head is that bad thing, that loss, the very first thing. And you just go, you yell out and you let yourself be there, and then you move forward. Like this, it's part of the process of learning. It's never going to be pain-free.
How many times have you watched it?
Myself, by myself, I've watched it like 3 or 4 times.
Okay. And what is your
And
assessment?
I'll watch it more with my coaches. Well, if you look at my past, any of my losses, I lost by guillotine, and then I've lost by kick, essentially 3 different times. Cody cut me, Henry caught me, and that one is something that I'm still like, I really do believe I need more time, but it's done, so I lost that one by kick. And then this last one was by kick again. So it's a common assessment of analysis that, you know, I listen to and I use a lot of like comparison and parallels in other sports. Russell Wilson said something that was really funny to me. And he was a pocket runner when he first came to the NFL. Like he ran out of the pocket. It's all over the place. I don't know if anybody knows football, but
Yeah.
I know you do.
Yeah.
So he's all over the place, right? All over the field. And then one of the goals that he said was that made him one of the best is when he could stick to fundamentals, stay in the pocket like Brady, like Aaron Rodgers, and have that stature, even though he's not that. Like to be able to be that, but then use all his other gifts, worst case scenario, to still have in the back pocket is what makes him special. I see that similar with me, when I'm raising in the ranks and I'm staying in the top 10 of the world at this level with all the film study on me, with all the years of tape that you have to watch me. It's a lot of time people have to adjust and make adjustments while the sport's evolving well. Also, everybody has all the tools. Everybody has all the coaching. Everybody has all the gym now. You got personal trainers that are teaching people how to recover well. Like everything's there for all of us now. So all that mixed together is like, you got to look at this and analyze it from a place of how do I stick to fundamentals? If I stick to fundamentals and stay with those fundamentals and then have my gifts that I use, then I'm good. And that's the game, is I can't take away what I am because it's winning. Like I've won many world titles and I was still winning that fight. It's just that you've got to find these margins where you can go fundamentally sharp, back to your gifts. Fundamentally sharp, back to your gifts that make you different. And if we change what makes me different, if Eric Del Fierro changes what makes me different, me slipping and moving, then you kind of take away what I am and what's helped me win. But if you don't make some adjustments, maybe change the margin of me being who I am and kind of minimize it to, what if I did 2.5 minutes of unconventional, minute of commit. I'm not saying that there's a number or a time that you can set, but there is adjustments that can be made. And when I look at it, when I listen to Russell Wilson, he said, what makes me the best when I can stay fundamentally sharp the most. So when I can stay fundamentally sharp, that's what the sport is. Early in the sport, when I was champion, it's pure offense was everything. Offense, defense, the offensive, out cardio, everything. As the sport's progressed, it's become tight defenses now back what's coming on. Tight striking defense, fundamentally sharp, keeping a stance. And then what's also switched is now we're switching stance. So the fundamental striking defense is there at a whole nother level and different. And the stance switch is different, which, so that people at home can know, that's the equivalent of having the best basketball player on earth being able to go lay up on the left and the right. It's the best pitcher on earth being able to throw lefty and righty. It's the best batter on earth being able to bat switch hitter. It's the best soccer player being able to kick the ball in the goal with the left foot and the right foot. That's the level of sport that mixed martial arts has gone to overnight, 10 years. People are now turning lefty and just as effective with their defense and their offense as they are being conventional, as they are being southpaw. So it's like, now you're seeing guys like Jose Aldo get beat by a guy like Jan because the man's switching to lefty, and that's a whole different fight.
Right.
So it's like, you're fighting 2 fights in one fight now, and then you've got 5 rounds, which is 5 fights in one night, 5 fights in one night where you've got 2 different stances. This is the level, the sport's just rising very quickly.
Wow.
And so you got to make the analysis. And the analysis is fundamentals are going to be key when guys are switching stance like this, which wasn't the case early on when I was winning titles. So it's just different. And I appreciate it. I appreciate watching the sport evolve. I appreciate being part of it. I was one of the first guys, me and Demetrius Johnson, I was in the pound for pound list. Me and DJ were at the top of the pound for pound list and 2 of the only guys that ever switched stance early on. And now you're seeing it as not just switching stance for a moment. These guys are switching stance and staying there, defensively and offensively, sharp and sound. It's so fun to watch, and it's fun to be part of. It's honorable to still be at the highest level and still competing with these guys.
Your style was revolutionary when you were champion. Do you feel now like you have to be revolutionary again? Because, as you say, people are now doing a lot of the things that you were doing. You were one of the only ones to do back in the day.
I don't see it as revolutionary now. Now it's stick to fundamentals.
Okay. So does that mean next time we see you, there'll be less of that old school?
I changed nothing. I can't change anything,
Right.
Ariel. Like, that's who I am. I got, my hand was even up when I got caught. So it's like I was even like defending myself. But this is a game of inches. Like, you've seen, how many fights have you seen? For instance, one of my favorite fights of all time to watch, John Jones versus Alexander Gustafsson.
Yeah.
You see in the 5th round, John Jones lands that spinning elbow, and it just changes the tide of the fight. We're one strike away, and these guys were trading for 23 minutes.
Yeah.
And we're always an inch and one strike away from something landing on the other. I hit him, and I was winning for three rounds, and I could have dropped him any of those times. He could have dropped me any of those times. It happened when it happened. When you look at the analysis, all you can do is make your own adjustments and control the controllables. I can't control the uncontrollables. And the uncontrollables are the other person. So I focus on me, and fundamentals is something that I can add. I'm already doing it. That's already what we've been adding to my game. It's already what we've been doing. It's just, there's more. Just add a little bit more for a little bit of a longer pace. But when you watch that fight, it was a great competitive fight, and I was doing really well, and I got hit, and it was a nice read by them, and that's how it goes. I've made reads and I've embarrassed people, and that's happened to me now too.
Was he better than you thought he would be?
No, it's top 5 in the division. If you think that the top 5 in the division aren't going to be world champions, you're an idiot.
And I think it's the best weight class in MMA, to be honest. I think it's the best weight class by far in the UFC. Do you think he can be champion?
I agree that it's the best weight class in MMA. And I think that, like I said, if you're in the top 5, you absolutely can be champion. Definitely. I think that just like for the rest of us, matchups are more favorable than others. Yes. So I think that if Dillashaw and Moraes and Vera were to fight, it'd be a better fight for Vera than Vera and Sterling. Stuff like that.
Right. Yeah.
Like, he could still beat both of them. He's still at that level, but it's like there's certain matchups that are going to be tougher for each of us. I think that for Sterling, he called out the toughest fight for him in the division. I think he, in his head, wanted to get that out of the way personally.
That's
because
Dillashaw?
for his style. Yeah, I think so. For his style, that's the one of the toughest ones in the division. Yeah, for him.
Right.
Him and me. I think Dillashaw and me are the 2 toughest because we scramble and we wrestle. And when you watch Jan, what made him win that fight was the non-scramble ability and the grappling of Jan in those positions. Whereas Dillashaw's really hard to get a hold of after he's been taken down. I'm really hard to get a hold of after we've been taken down. Certain guys scramble and wrestle. Jan uses his striking defense and his wrestling defense. But once you get past that first move, you could see that you can kind of stay with him. I don't know if Sterling's going to be able to keep control of Dillashaw the way he was able to keep control of Jan. That's the difference maker, I think, is can Sterling control Dillashaw like he did Jan? And I think that Dillashaw has enough wrestling ability that he's able to make it just a pure stand-up fight for 5 rounds, which is, I think, a tougher matchup for Sterling.
Do you think Dillashaw wins?
I don't know.
Okay.
I'm picking Aljo because I think Aljo's big and strong, and the style that he fights, he keeps you on the outside with kicks, and then when you try to get in the boxing range, he wrestles.
Right.
So as long as he's got 5 rounds wrestling cardio, he can win. That's the question. Do you have 25 minutes of wrestling and grappling cardio? And I don't mean necessarily grappling, because remember, part of grappling cardio is control. He's going to have wrestling cardio, which is scramble ability, takedowns, nonstop, clinch work, and then just nonstop scramble, wrestle, scramble, wrestle, scramble, wrestle. I don't see a lot of moments where you're going to get Dillashaw and just keep that static hold. If he can, he wins quick. That's best case scenario for Sterling. But if you look at the results, TJ's takedown defense is up there. It's hard to hold him. Even if you take him down, it's hard to keep him there. Whereas Jan, Jan's hard to take down, but once you do get him there, you've seen he can be held there by certain people. In the results of the matchups that you watch of Jan's film, he can be held there if he does get taken down. That's what Sterling did, and that's what Magomedov did in another show that I saw when I watched Jan too. So we've seen that, whereas we haven't really seen that with Dillashaw, where somebody's just held him down and grappled him and controlled him. He's been outstruck, he's been outmaneuvered, taken down, outpointed, but not just, you're done. And I think Aljo kind of needs that each round in order to keep that pace that he likes to keep.
Earlier today, speaking of those two, there was a media day in Abu Dhabi, and TJ said very matter-of-factly that he's the greatest bantamweight of all time, bantamweight champion of all time. I went through your resume, his resume. I think that's the debate. And I don't, obviously you're going to be confident, you're going to believe in yourself. I don't know how you can argue, and that's not a knock on him, but considering the amount of title defenses you had versus his, considering your matchup head-to-head, can I ask for your response to that? How do you feel about that statement, and do you think it's a no-brainer that you are the greatest of all time?
I think on it, and I mean this, like, the people decide that, not the person. Like, if I'm over here saying I'm the greatest of all time, anybody can say that about themselves. History is made by the people, not by the person who does it. Like, we're going to be remembered by what we've done and how we carried ourselves during that time, who we made a difference for, who we made better around us. So to me, that's what matters more than you're the greatest of all time. Like, that's going to be said by the people. I can't decide that for myself. I believe that my results speak for themselves, and I'm still here competing at the highest level. Like I said, I've been on the pound for pound list. I have all these things. You can go find all these things, but when it comes down to it, I've never been in trouble with USADA. And that if there's anything that you can look at that makes a difference, that makes a difference for other people. That doesn't necessarily make a difference for me, because I come up in the sport that you never know. So you can't hold on to it. You just got to fight whoever's there. But it's like, what else do you got to say? That's a difference maker.
Are you going to keep fighting?
I'm here, yeah. What do you mean?
You want to resume? I think there was a question, obviously, after the fight. If I didn't think so, but obviously wanted to ask if that would be it for you. If you would say, "All right, I'm done." Is there anything to that, or you're going to continue your career?
I'm here. Like, I'm just right now. It's been a month and a half. I'm running again. I'm lifting. I'm getting the body strong. I'm still at the highest, still top 10 level. I don't look at myself after that loss and go, oh, I'm not there anymore. I do the opposite. I go, all right, speed's still there, power's still there, all the stuff's still there. We just got, tighten up some defense. You either retire or you lose. And those are your choices. You know what I'm saying? Like, I think a lot of people who retire, they didn't lose because they retired.
Right.
It's like you can just keep going and, but there's a point where you're just going to, stack up too many losses because you're not there anymore. I don't really look at my last fight and go, you're not at the level. These guys are just outclassing you. It wasn't really that. So take my team, fix the fundamentals, and take it a day at a time, get my body strong, and just training and love training. Like this is, I'm still calling fights. I'm a fan of the sport. I'm a fan of Dillashaw. I fought him. I'm a fan of Sterling. I'm a fan of all these guys, whether they understand it, Jan, O'Malley, so to get to call their fights, to compete against them, it's cool because I'm still here. I'm still competing.
You're the only one
to get there.
By the way, you're the only one. It was almost kind of like it hit me when you fought Cheeto. You're the only one of the broadcast team, not the desk guys, but the the color analysts that is still fighting.
Yeah, that's true. Well, Vera is on the Spanish side.
Well, yeah. Well, I don't watch that. Fair, but I mean, of the guys on ESPN and whatnot of that crew, there's 5-6 of you guys. You're the only one, which is supremely impressive that you're able to do both. And you looked great. You looked amazing. It was vintage Dom early on, and so I'm happy to hear that you're going to keep fighting. I have to say, a little bit sad. I was in the back of my mind, I was like, man, now's the time. Dom versus Aldo, the 35 King, 45 King WEC guys, but it doesn't look like he's gone now. Did you ever have those thoughts, before he left, where you're like, oh, maybe this is the one? That's kind of like a dream fight for a lot of us who kind of came up in that era. Back.
I was calling for it before this Vera fight. I thought that should have happened.
Yeah.
It's not like he beat Vera, so it was like, all right, I'm always I've always been just trying to move up the ladder. But Vera moved himself into that spot, so let's fight. You know what I mean? It was like, okay, that was my shot, and I needed to beat him to keep the momentum going, to keep going, and I get that. The crazy part is I'm one fight away from being back in that conversation at any given time.
Yep.
One fight.
Yep.
I go out there. I just got called out by Jonathan Martinez. What a sweetheart of a fucking guy. You know what I mean? Let's be honest. The nicest guy on earth calling me out. And it makes sense. Like, do you want to fight a guy that's got 300 followers and is lethal? Or do you want to follow a guy who's been doing this for a long time and is also lethal? But either way, you're facing two dangerous guys. One guy moves you. He was a former champ. One guy is nasty, not a former champ. Who are you going to call out? People are going to keep calling me out. I understand that. I can't knock them. All I can do is sit there with the microphone in my suit and go, thank you, appreciate the call out, respects. Like, what are you supposed to say? Be mad? Like,
no.
I get it.
It's respect.
It's a business move.
Yeah.
It's a business move. And it's a little weird when you're standing there and you're like, do I be fighter Dom? Do I be analyst Dom? I think this is things that people don't really know unless you're in that position. It's not necessarily always easy, because you want to tread lightly on the fighters, because I know what it's like to be in that position. And you also got to do the job as an analyst, which is what your producers are in your ear about. So you got producers, and then you've got the fighter, and they're conflicting jobs.
Right.
Let's be honest. They don't necessarily work together. So all I can do is pray that my producer, Zach Candido, gives me a break on some of these shows, doesn't make me travel too much internationally, because that's the hard part, is how do I travel internationally and compete for the top 10 of the entire world and keep giving the platform to these fighters and keep supporting them and building them and explaining what they do so amazing, and still build my career and still be sharp and still be strong. That's what I did in this last fight. I took all the time off to prepare for it, so you can't really do the TV stuff.
Right.
And so you hope that that's understandable with the producer, and you hope that that's understandable with fighting, with the coaches. So the balance of those two careers is definitely something that I don't think people really understand. There's not a lot of athletes in the world that are doing color commentary of the same sport that they're competing in. It's like telling Aaron Rodgers to go jump on the desk in the middle of the football season and talk about the guys that he's going to face next week. Like, how do you, on Monday Night Football, Aaron Rodgers is going to face that team, and then he's got to commentate about him so that he can pay for the camp for the next game. That's my life.
Yeah.
I'm blessed to have it. I'm grateful to have it, but it is a lot of work. I work a lot. I work very hard to be where I'm at. It's not just given.
When you see, that Rogan doesn't go international, there's two massive bantamweight fights on the pay-per-view this weekend. Is there a part of you that's like, oh, that's one I'd like to call, or are you happy international, you can sit back? Like, how do you...
Well, I can train. I can train. Like, if I'm international, I can train, but I got to bring somebody with me, train every day while I'm there, you get what I'm saying? Like, you have to bring a partner with you everywhere you go. You have to be drilling. You have to be getting hit. You have to be running. You have to be boxing. You have to be hitting pads. You have to be grappling. So if you don't have a body with you, nobody cares if you're calling TV. Like, your body has to be ready to fight, whether you're calling TV or not. So you got to mix it all together. So to not have to travel internationally is quite a gift when you're a professional athlete.
Do you have a preference who would be next? Do you have someone on your mind?
No, I don't. I think that I'm going to keep probably getting called out in the division, which is what's going to happen. So I don't think it's going to be too hard for me to find a matchup. I don't think I really need to think about it. And let's say I had a matchup in mind, and they give me somebody totally different. So what's the point? I'm just like, train, fundamentals, get the body sharp, feel good, be happy doing what you're doing. And I think the next thing will take place. And I'm just excited to watch this fight. You know, I mean that when I say, like, the only reason I bring up USADA when it comes to TJ Dillashaw is not out of disrespect. It's just literally the facts. It's like, that's, if we had one difference in our careers, it's just that. He's one of the nastiest guys in the whole. I'm proud I beat him. I'm proud that I got to fight him. Just watching him still win makes me proud because I beat him. You know, when you beat guys like that are doing well, I enjoy seeing that. It's great. You know, I hope Vera goes on to keep winning. I do. I hope he goes for the title and wins it. That, you know, that shows me where I'm at too. So it doesn't bother me to see these guys win. I'm fans of them. Regardless of what happened with Dillashaw, I'm a fan because I'm an athlete in this sport and I know how hard it is. So it's cool to get to watch them.
By the way, just a couple more things, and I'll let you go. Great insight as always. Just curious. Speaking of this weekend, what does Sean O'Malley have to do to pull off this upset?
You know, he's got the body and the frame, and you know, he's grown up a lot. I think people are forgetting this. He's not a kid anymore. This dude's grown into his body. He's a lot bigger and a lot stronger than he was 2 years ago, a year ago. He's growing. He's filling out. So he's a big guy at this weight class. I think the range, he switches stance and throws like lunging left hands, lunging right hands. It's like, I call it a dart. And he's super good with that, which makes him longer. I think the key for him is footwork, and I think he's going to offset stance with Jan every time to stay longer. So if Jan goes southpaw, he's going to go conventional. That way he's always playing that lead hand fight game. You know, like Diaz, and if you watch any good southpaws, they're always playing that lead hand fight game. They're always reaching for that lead hand. That can only happen when the stance is offset. Southpaw, conventional, southpaw. So I think that we're going to see O'Malley play that game a lot to shut down the lead hand of Jan, which makes him longer. Footwork, lateral movement, long darting motions. And other than that, he's got to stop the takedowns. And he's got to get the respect. But he's got power in the hands to get the respect. So the one thing you got to look at is Jan. How did he lose to Sterling? He got inside in the pocket and then got wrestled. Well, does O'Malley have the skill to wrestle when Jan gets into that pocket? I mean, that's yet to be seen, and I think that's what makes the difference in this fight.
What about Charles Islam? How do you see that going?
If you look at Oliveira and his past, the only fighter that beats him ever in all of his losses is Makhachev. It's that style, you know, like the guy who takes him down, who can stay out of submissions and keep Oliveira on his back. It doesn't need to be pretty. It doesn't need to be fancy. It needs to be forward, keep the forward pressure, stop the hard defense, get the takedown, and blanket for 5 rounds with your Makhachev. And that's the one thing that's beaten Oliveira. If you look at any of his fights, it's the only way he's really been, like, is that way. So that's how I see it. Your Makhachev, that's what you got to do. You make it a boring fight, you blanket him, get a takedown around, and you keep him there, and you don't let him up. That's it. And if you're Oliveira, march forward, throw your knees up the middle, throw your elbows in the pocket, throw your long strikes to get him go into that pocket and connect with the knees and the elbows. You throw the long strikes to force them inside, into your knees, into your elbows. Forward pressure pulls out the timing of the takedown, and you try to knee him, you try to elbow him, and you try to submit him. And every moment of the fight, he's going to be having to try to submit or get to his feet. If he doesn't get the submission, he's got to use that submission attempt to get back up. You're Oliveira. That's the one thing that could change for him, is does he use the submission attempts to stay in full guard and keep attacking with his black belt? Or does he attack a couple times and then use his guard to get back up and create a stand-up fight? I think in the past, Oliveira's kind of stayed on his back a little longer and then lost the decision. If he can make the adjustment of spending a little less time on his back, even if he's taken down, and using his guard to get back up to his feet a little bit more, he can mix in the guard and the striking and really create a lot of problems for Makhachev.
Man, incredible stuff. That's why you're one of, if not the best when it comes to this. By the way, time frame for you, when do you think... Oh, we just lost him. I was just about to ask him, like, my last question. He's like, you know what? I've had enough of you, Helwani. We'll reconnect with him in a moment. Great stuff there from... Isn't he amazing? I mean, geez, oh geez. Just
Literally
breaking
the
that all
best.
down. He is incredible. He is really incredible when it comes to breaking down this stuff. And I could just listen to him talk about the analytical, this show has never been that kind of show because I don't have that kind of mind. I don't have that kind of experience. But I love listening, especially to the, to the pros, to the good ones, to the guys who have been in there. I would never, ever, 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 ever pretend to know 1% of that, to even try and pass off like I know any of that. And even though I've watched it for so many years, and I mean, he's a different kind of beast, but watching it every week, obviously you pick up on things, and you dabble here and there, but he's been there, he's done it, he has lived it, he has experienced it. It's really remarkable to hear him break things down. And I thought his insight on Dillashaw Aljo is fascinating. Obviously the big question we're going to learn a lot about Sean O'Malley on Saturday, and I think it's a bunch of questions that we wanted to answer. He's taking a big leap here. I mean, there's a big gap between where he was fighting in Petr Yan. Because I still think that people feel like Petr Yan is the best bantamweight in the world, despite the fact that he just lost to Aljo. Even though Aljo won fair and square, that's how much respect people have for Petr. And, they're 1-1, right? So that's why it's always interesting to see how these things play out when it's 1-1, and why eventually I would love to see a trilogy between them. Maybe next. Maybe after one more. The Aljo Dillashaw fight is super hard. I really, of the 3 fights, I feel like that's the toughest one to call. Of the 3. And yes,
we have.
You're right. New York Rick reminded me that yes, Aljo is 2-0, but I guess I just view the first one as a loss, and I think Aljo does too. But yes, technically it's 2-0. Thank you for that. Does anyone view the first one as a win? I feel like that's why the trilogy is acceptable, because it's not 2-0. But yes, technically, my apologies. I misspoke. It is 2-0 for Aljamain Sterling. I feel like of the 3, that's the toughest one to call. I feel like you can convince me of how the other 2 are going to go. The main event, or the co-main event, excuse me, is the toughest. Is he back?
Yes.
Sorry about that. My phone died.
Oh, man. I just had 2 more questions, so I'm sorry to make you go through all of this.
My bad.
No problem. I wanted to ask time frame. I know it's still fresh, but what do you think? First quarter, second quarter? Have you even thought of that, of when you would return?
No, I'm just having fun, training.
Yeah.
Honestly, Ariel, it's hard. It's to be world champion and then now be in the top 15. I'm just glad to be competing at the highest level in the sport still, what a blessing I've been to be able to have the career I've had. And now I still get to compete against the best. So I'm just trying to enjoy the moment. This doesn't last forever for any of us. I'm healthy. I'm strong. I haven't been this healthy in most of my career. So that means that my mind is there, because I find that when my mind is healthy, my body follows. So I feel really healthy mentally. I feel more healthy mentally than I've ever felt in my life, which is contributing to my body. And so I'm just happy to be competing and be healthy and be facing the best in the world at this time still.
And that's a beautiful thing, considering everything you've been through. It still is amazing to me that all those guys that you came up with, none of them are fighting anymore. Not only are you still fighting, but at the top of the game. It's an incredible testament to your heart, your mind, your body. One last thing, could I ask, and maybe you don't have a good answer, but I like to dig a little deeper with you. Is there something that the fans, the media, the community, that we don't appreciate when it comes to how a fighter deals with a loss? I was reading someone talk about losses, and how it was Deron Winn, and how he feels like, and I'm paraphrasing here, he's like, no one understands the depression that a fighter goes through after a loss, and what life is like on that Monday after a loss. And I feel like even myself, I've been doing this for a long time, but it's like, all right, on to the next event. You know, we talk about it on Monday, and then it's on to the next one. It's on to, and then you have to sit with it. And you have to, even like you talking about waking up and saying the F word is not something that we think about, or I think even appreciate, especially with the gambling now. Everyone cares about their picks and this and that. And we don't remember like how much you pour into the fight, the 3 months, and then what it does to you afterwards. And so I'm just wondering, since you're coming off of it, like, do you feel like we don't, it's not like losing a football game. It's not like losing a basketball game. This is you, and sometimes it happens in a very, very tough way. What do we need to know and appreciate about this?
You know, the crazy part about that is, you might not like what I say or whatever, but I come from a place of 100% responsibility. That's my choice. It's a context. It's not a fact. And so I choose everything I create in my life. Everything, from the response of my loss to what I created this. So the question isn't how do I get everybody else to understand? It's how do I stop fighting what is? That's it. This is it. You lost. And if I fight it, I'm miserable. If I can surrender to the fact that it's done, it's in the past, you know, surrender is probably not a good word because people might not understand it, but stop resisting what is, like stop fighting it and just accept it, I guess is the word. You're not as miserable. So really what happens is before a fight, you move into your ego heavy. You have to. You need your ego to win. When you get hit, your ego is what brings you back to life. No way, not today. I'm getting that money back, right? When you're done with a fight, your ego no longer serves you. It's not there to serve you. It's there to hinder you after a loss. It's there to tell you you're lesser than, you're weak. That's the depression. So the truth is, for fighters, our ego attacks us after the fight. Win, lose, or draw. Now, if you win, your ego builds you. And that can also be a bad thing. It can make you too big. I mean, right? Like, it doesn't always work to have your ego telling you how great you are. You can, the pride comes before the fall, they say. When you lose, your ego tells you how you're lesser, how you're not this, how you're not that. You are your results to your ego. You are not your results to real life, to the world, to me, to you talking right now. I am not my results. So what it comes down to is not as a fighter from my own experience, it comes down to not trying to control the world and how they're going to see you, but it comes down to controlling the fact that you get to it comes down to not controlling, accepting that your ego is the one telling you that you don't need your ego right now, that you need to be your regular self. Your ego's not there to serve you, and accept what is. And then that is where the peace can come. If I keep fighting it, then I'm going to be miserable and depressed. But if I accept what is, and I get to move into it, and then then I get to get the lesson from it when I accept it. Part of the gift of surrender that I think people don't get is surrender means to let go and receive. It doesn't mean to just give up. I think people forget the receiving part of surrender. And when I surrender to the loss, it's not easy. It takes time. That's why I've been a month and a half off the radar. It takes time. You got to really look at yourself. And but then I stop worrying about what other people see, what other people think, and that the world mirrors itself back to you. If you show up as love and nourishment to yourself, the world will mirror it back to you. If you show up as I'm lesser than, I am my results, I'm a loser, the world will mirror itself back to you. So it really comes down to what you're responsible for creating. I think I'm responsible for creating the environment around me. So if I'm showing up as that's the environment I'm gonna get at.
Wow.
It's my responsibility.
I love that. That was wonderful. Thank you. And I think that applies to not just fighting, but to life as well. There's a lot that we can learn from that. Dom, you're the man. Much love. If you were here, I'd give you a nice big hug. I appreciate you very much and value your opinion and your insight on this sport and life, to be honest. So thank you for doing this as always. And my best to you, and we'll talk to you soon.
I love you. Darren Wynn, I called that fight. You're the man.
All right.
Hang your head up.
Thank you. Nice. There he is. Dominick Cruz. Man, I mean, how lucky are we, right? How lucky are we?
That was pretty awesome.
Oh, man. How lucky are we? I mean, Ben is great, too. And again, the book is great. Dom should write a book, too, one day. Just unbelievable stuff. And very lucky. You know, he's right about fighters. They are extremely down to earth, and they're some of the most interesting and introspective people that I've ever come across in life. just fascinating human beings who are just open, raw themselves, don't put on a front. And I'm not trying to diminish what an athlete goes through when they lose a big football game, Super Bowl. It's heart-wrenching when you lose a big basketball, hockey, even the one-on-one sports, tennis. But there is something different about losing when it involves physicality, combat. There's something different, and how, you know, essentially naked they are in front of the world. And then that's why that stuff, you know, like the memes, the videos, the GIFs, people posting, like, still I see it to this day, DC crying, other people. It's like, man, you guys have no idea. You have no idea what they go through. And it's why I'll always defend the fighters. And if you want to call me biased, I'll always be biased towards the fighters as a whole. Obviously, there are a lot that I don't agree with their way of life or their, I don't know, their values, whatever. But as a whole, it's why I think it's paramount that first and foremost we always see their perspective, because they're the ones who are risking everything. And another thing that bothers me, if I may, look, there's a lot of fighters who, you know, we may not agree with, whether it comes to their values, their way of life, their politics, this and that. I do feel like we often quickly dismiss the ones that we don't share the same values, point of views, whatever. Like, if it's not exactly the same, we dismiss them. They're bad people, this and that. I've never been that way, and it has nothing to do with who I try to get on the show. Not, like, there's a ton of people who I don't agree with who, you know, are on the show, and that's that, because that's part of the job. But I also feel like a lot of the people who I actually don't agree with are some of my favorite people in MMA, because just because they don't mirror my thoughts, values, perspectives on certain things doesn't mean that they're bad people. And I feel like there's too much of that, especially in this day and age. There's too much of that. There's too much of that dismissed. Like, name a person in MMA who may be polarizing, this and that, and more often than not, they've either been on, or I'd have no problem with them being on the show, because I think it's very important to. There's too much of, like, let me just pick my, you know, my lane with my thoughts, with my perspectives, and let me just stick to that, and everything else is wrong. That's why I hate political reporting, because it's crazy to me that you can literally go on the network, the channel, the podcast, the show that mirrors everything that you want to hear, as opposed to a channel, a show, a network, a podcast that is down the middle, that presents everything and opens your mind to other stuff. That's the way it should be. And it blows my mind that that's not the way it is in the real world. What we do is the fantasy world, is the toy department, as Howard Cosell once said famously. Sports are the toy department of the newsroom. And yet in our world, we have to be unbiased, down the middle, you know, completely straight. And then you go to the real world stuff, and it's like, oh, let me just follow exactly what I want to hear and have people continue to reinforce that. And to me, that's just not the way it should be. It's not healthy, and I don't agree with it. So anyway, just wanted to say that. I look forward to Dom's return. I think he was a nice table setter to this weekend's card. Speaking of this weekend's card, we got to make some picks. We also have to answer the rest of the questions. So without further ado, let me tell you about our good friends over at DraftKings Sportsbook. UFC 280 is here, as you all know. Charles Oliveira versus Islam Makhachev. Aljamain Sterling versus TJ Dillashaw, and so much more. Get closer to the octagon with DraftKings Sportsbook, the official sports betting partner of the UFC. Right now, guys, new customers can bet just $5 on UFC 280 and get $200 in free bets if your fighter wins. If you haven't tried DraftKings Sportsbook, today's the day. Plus, you can also double your winnings on a same-game parlay. Combine multiple bets like which fighter will win, how long the fight will last, and so much more. Everyone who wants to boost their winnings, place a UFC 280 same game parlay today. Download the DraftKings Sportsbook app now. Use promo code THEMMA. Again, that's THEMMA. Throw down just $5 buckaroos on UFC 280 and get $200 in free bets if your fighter wins. That's code THEMMA this Saturday only at DraftKings Sportsbook. And speaking of parlays, it is time, my friends, to get us back on track. I don't know if you guys heard this, I have personally guaranteed that the Parlay Pals will get back on track this Saturday. I am guaranteeing victory.
Is this just for yourself or
No,
the
this
entire
is for
parlay?
the entire unit. This reminds me of Patrick Ewing back in the day. He used to always guarantee victory. The New York Post used to make fun of him sometimes when he wouldn't get it right, but he kept going back to the well. Of course, most famously, Mark Messier prior to Game 7, he guaranteed victory and the Rangers got it done. I am pulling a Messier.
Joe Namath.
Joe Namath, of course, that's a big one. I was thinking New York. Yeah, no, Joe Namath, New York.
Yeah, New York Jets.
Yeah. We're winning.
I'd
We
love
are
to hear
winning.
it. Are you upset that Mohamed Mokaev has moved beyond minus 1,000?
Ah!
No longer take it.
Are you serious?
Yeah.
Ah! I was like, thank God, Mohammed.
You're back. I was waiting for you. There are matters that need your approval. You can go check them in the office.
És kellett szólni ezt a rendszámot tartsa. Ma annyiszor szólt szerintem ugyanúgy, hogy a rendszámát. Hogy nem tudok érni. Lepattunk, visszarakjuk. Holnap mennek a rendőrségre, és akkor majd engem fognak hívni. tudom, hogy hogyha holnap hívnak, hogy el kell venni a rendszámot, akkor azt elvegyem még. Ha elveszem holnap, akkor hétvégén gyilkolásra fogom. Ha nem veszem el holnap, akkor hétvégén.
Mi jönne venni?
Azért, akkor megint el kell kérdeznem, és nem tudom, hogy ma is Zsolt alig engedett el, aztán nem tudom, hogy neked komolyan gondolja, ez a szív. De kérnek is szóljak, most álljunk közben lenni is sem. Mindjárt kaszottak most a szél. És az nem tisztelő tőlük, hogy mindent tisztel enni látom meg.
Hónap is azt csinálod.
Nem is az a legázad egyik. A másik az, hogy pénz kell. Nem tudom, mit tudom volna, hogy pénz.
Ahol mellettünk innen. Sajnos.
Vettünk ide közben, amikor költöttünk.
You're back. I was waiting for you. There are matters that need your approval. You can go check them in the office.
mondja, Fúredi.
Oda feltűrtem, sajnálom, megragasztottam, csak azt mondtam, nem baj, nem tudok, hogy már múzeumi darab lett. Meg később jött ki az irodába, amikor mindenki hallja, és azt mondta, hogy Zsuzsa, küldök neked egy ízet, honnan kell csészét rendelni. És úgy megálltam, és akkor elkaszagtam magam, hogy nem így a tűréskedtem, azt vissza tudod megvenni, mert nem tudom, hányra kapom, nem mondom, sajnálom. Ez van. Nem, hogy ez van, de hát ez történt. Most mit könyörögjek? Amikor hakart, akkor vágott, megragasztottam, megmondtam, most mit csinál? Kapcsolva beszélgettünk, és mondja, jössz el, és mondok, igen, és mondom Marcsának, hogy még nem is randiztunk ma a maláncs, azt mondja, igen, jobb, ha lejönnél, legalább addig is nem törnél össze mindent. De legalább nem morogatnád a forrokot, és nem a Jancski, és kacagtál. Nincsenek normális pillanatai. Nem tudok egy pillanat normálisnak. Lényeg. Tehát a rendszámos idő van a telefonban. Azért, hogy megnézem a pénzt. Odaérni, hogy rá kell kérezzák. Most nem tudom, Zsói, komolyan mondani, hogy ez szibor.
Mindjárt múlni. Mesélj.
Olyan dolgokat mondjuk. Valami megsértődik, és azon akkor már most mondom, hogy döntsük el, húzunk egy vonalat, hogy ki hol sértődik, és hol nem sértődik meg a vicceket.
Che mondo morto. Azt a kis tök magot én úgy megverem egy szép nap.
There's no doubt about it. Those tonsils need to come out.
What?
What exactly does that entail, Doctor?
It's a very simple operation. We'll just put you to sleep, Eric, and when you wake up, you'll be tonsil-free.
No way. I'm not going to the hospital, Mom.
Oh, I thought you were a tough kid. You're not scared of hospitals, are you?
No, I'm not scared. I don't want my tonsils out, that's all.
Well, then I guess you don't want all the ice cream you get after the surgery either.
Ice cream?
Be ashamed to have to give all that free ice cream to the big boys who aren't scared of the hospitals.
What do you say, Champ? Think you can tough it out?
Well, you did say free ice cream?
Oopsikins, wake up. Wake up, honey.
It's over?
That's right, you did it, Poopsikins.
It's over. I didn't feel anything. You were right, Mom.
I'm so proud of you, Eric.
All right, so where's my ice cream?
Oh, here's the doctor now. Hi, Doctor.
You were right, Doctor. Everything is okay.
No, it's not. Eric, I'm afraid that we've accidentally infected you with the AIDS virus.
What?
What's that supposed to mean?
During the tonsil surgery, we had to supply you with donor blood. A mistake was made and you were given blood contaminated with HIV. It was a 1 in a billion fluke.
I have AIDS?
Not yet, but we've confirmed that you now have the virus that causes AIDS. We are very sorry.
Sorry? You gave me AIDS and you're sorry?
Oh, my poor little baby.
Mom, you said nothing would go wrong.
Oh, God. Oh, no.
No, this is a joke, right? This is a joke. I can't have AIDS.
We're going to do everything in our power to make this up to you, Eric. For starters, I think I owe you some ice cream.
Your ice cream? You said I'd be fine. You all said I'd be fine.
My baby has HIV.
No!
Thank you for coming, everyone. Boys, please take a seat.
What's going on? Are we in trouble?
Boys, the reason we called you all in is because one of your friends has a serious illness. Eric Cartman has been diagnosed with HIV.
What? Oh, no.
He's been to several specialists since a botched blood transfusion. The disease is in very early stages and completely manageable, but he's naturally a bit scared.
Cartman has HIV?
We need everyone to understand that you can't get the virus from Eric. You can still give him hugs and even kisses. Don't be afraid of him, just...
Excuse me. Eric Cartman has HIV.
All right, we're gonna bring Eric in now, and let's all be as supportive as we can and show him lots of love, okay?
Eric, come on in. Your friends all want to say hi, okay?
Hey, Eric. Hey there, Eric. No way. How you doing, Eric? You know, I think you're a real special little guy. And even though you have AIDS, I ain't gonna act any different towards you. God damn it, this sucks ass! Excuse me, I have to step out for a minute. Poor old Kyle. He's really taking it hard. Is Kyle laughing out there? This isn't a time for funny jokes. I'm gonna die.
Now you're not going to die, Eric. AIDS isn't as big a deal as it used to be. There are advances in treatment.
Not a big deal. Is that how everyone feels? People need to understand the seriousness of this illness and the bravery of the people who struggle with it.
We are here tonight to salute the bravery and the courage of one very special little boy who's living with HIV.
Where the hell is everybody?
Excuse me, shouldn't we wait for everyone to arrive before we get started?
This is everyone. We didn't sell that many tickets.
Great benefit, Eric. The Italian meatballs are fantastic. So this is it?
I'm afraid AIDS benefits aren't as popular as they used to be. AIDS was more the 80s, 90s disease. It's all about cancer now.
Well, that's just great. Of all the times to get AIDS, I get it right when everyone stops giving a crap.
With all of your help, we have raised over $17 for AIDS tonight, and that money will certainly go towards helping little Eric Martman.
Just bring out Elton John already!
We're sorry, Elton couldn't make it. He had to play at a cancer benefit.
It's all right. We got somebody better. Jimmy Buffett.
Jimmy Buffett?
Hello, everyone. I wrote this song for a very brave little boy. AIDS burger in paradise. AIDS burger and it ain't nice.
Nobody likes Jimmy Buffett except for frat boys and alcoholic chicks from the South.
Little boy in South Park, dying of AIDS in the cold dark. How he got AIDS, I haven't a clue. Wasting away again because of AIDS and stuff. How we all feeling tonight?
F you, Jimmy Buffett! You f***ing suck!
Oh, Poopsikins, be nice.
F you, Mom, I have f***ing AIDS! Hey, guys. Thanks a lot for coming to my AIDS benefit yesterday. Oh, dude, was that yesterday? We forgot. Yeah, you forgot. Just like a lot of people lately have forgot that AIDS is still killing people. Seems like all of America has forgot that HIV is a serious disease. Well, did Elton John sing a song for you? No, as a matter of fact, Jimmy Buffett came instead. Oh, yeah, it's real funny, Cal. I'm sorry. I'm really... Cartman, I feel really bad for you, honestly. No, you don't! I do. If you really felt bad, you'd wipe that f***ing smirk off your face! Well, any goddamn second, Kyle! I'm sorry, I gotta go home. Jesus Christ, can you believe that, asshole? He does feel bad for you, Cartman. He just thinks it's ironic. Ironic how? Well, you know, you're always such a dick and stuff, and now... Oh, and what, I deserve it? Is that what you think? Not me. That's just kind of what he thinks. Nobody deserves this illness, Stan. Kenny, nobody. It's awful. And maybe somebody needs to teach Kyle how to have some compassion. Okay, it's clear. All right, get that rope ready to hoist me up. Okay, but what are you going to do? Kyle thinks that HIV is funny, so we're gonna make him look funny, and then he'll know how it feels to be laughed at. I don't know if I should be helping you make Kyle look silly. Butters, helping people who have AIDS is one of the most important things you can do. I know, but are you sure Kyle has to be taught a lesson? I'm not just sure, Butters. I'm HIV positive. Oh, yeah, I guess that's true. All right, now get the rope up over that third rafter above the window. That's the easiest access. Wow, you really know what you're doing. Yeah, I sneak into Kyle's room lots of times. You think HIV is something to be laughed at, Kyle? Well, let's just see how funny it is now, asshole. What?
There, Bubby, you'll be okay. Oh, doctor, did you find anything? Is it strep?
No, it isn't strep.
Oh, well, that's a relief.
Mrs. Brovlowski, has your son ever had a blood transfusion?
No, why?
Little boy, have you been having unprotected anal sex?
What? No!
Doctor, what are you saying?
We've run every test imaginable. Little Kyle here is infected with HIV.
What?
HIV?
It took us a long time to narrow it down, but there is no doubt.
No, that's impossible.
Little boy, are you sure you haven't taken it up the hoo-hoo just once or twice?
No! No, goddammit, no! I'm telling you, you're wrong. There's no way I can have HIV. Unless maybe... Oh, my God. That son of a bitch!
Kyle? Kyle!
Pass me the ball. Pass me the ball, Craig, you stupid asshole. Kyle, what the F? I'm gonna kill you, Cartman! Kyle, what? What'd he do? Why do I have HIV? Oh. Oh, you have HIV, huh, Kyle? Guess it isn't so funny now, is it? What did you do? Nothing! Then why did Butters say he helped you sneak into my room last Friday night? Oh, nice, Butters, you big tattletale. Tattletale? Do you know how serious this is? Well, Kyle, maybe I was just trying to prove a...
Hey, that's enough. Break it up, okay? Break it up, okay? Okay.
All right, boys, now what is this fighting all about?
He gave me AIDS.
What?
He purposely infected me with his HIV virus.
Is that true, Eric? Did you give Kyle AIDS?
Well, he was being a total dick, and he's a big tattletale going around talking crap about me.
Did you infect Kyle with the HIV virus, yes or no?
Kind of.
Eric, that is not appropriate behavior, okay? You cannot purposely infect other kids with your disease.
That's right. I think you owe Kyle an apology.
I'm sorry. An apology?
You're sorry for what, Eric?
I'm sorry for giving you AIDS, Kyle.
That's better. And now, Kyle, maybe you should also admit you were wrong for tattling.
What?
Kyle, the thing about tattling is, tattling's bad, okay? Because nobody likes a tattletale, okay?
A tattletale? He infected me with AIDS. See, he's tattling again. He hasn't learned a thing, you guys. Well, Kyle, I guess we're even now. Should we just call it a truce? Kyle, should we call it even Stevens now? Kyle, where are you going? I'm going to break everything that you own. What's that supposed to be? Kyle? Kyle, no! I apologize, Kyle! Kyle, hold on, you asshole! What the f*** are you doing? Kyle, stop it! God damn it, don't! No, Kyle, not Clyde Frog. Leave Clyde Frog alone. No! Ah! Clyde Frog! Clyde Frog! No, not the Xbox, Kyle. Not the X. Wait, just wait a second! I'm sorry I gave you HIV, all right? Just give me a chance, and I can cure you. There is no cure, you asshole! No, listen, Kyle. I'm onto something. There really is hope. What hope? Break my Xbox, and you'll never know. You're lying. No, all right, Kyle. Magic Johnson, Kyle. The key is Magic Johnson. Magic Johnson? He was a basketball player. So what? So he got HIV like 50 years ago, and he's still totally fine. Magic Johnson has some kind of resistance to the virus, Kyle. I've been researching it since I got infected. If we can track him down and isolate his genetic prototype, we have a chance of beating this thing, buddy. You and me, Kyle. We can overcome our illness. I swear it to you. You better. Because if you don't find a cure for HIV, I will break your Xbox. MacGad.
The white zone is for immediate loading and unloading of the...
We need 2 tickets to Los Angeles as soon as possible.
Los Angeles, okay. I have a 2 o'clock flight. That would be $400 each.
Sir, you don't understand. We have to see Magic Johnson right away. You see, we have AIDS.
AIDS? Wow, that's really retro. But I'm sorry, I can't just give away free seats.
Don't you get it? We are 2 pals, afflicted with an illness, and who only have each other in a race against time. Innocent, playful children who are stricken with a deadly disease for no reason. Oh, please, no reason. I got AIDS from him.
Oh, you boys are like that, huh?
No!
Are you sure you boys just don't have any cash?
We're not just sure. We're HIV positive.
We sometimes offer free seats to cancer patients, but AIDS, Hey, Mitch, do we have any AIDS patient policies?
Forget it, all right? We'll use another airline. One that cares.
We're so happy to help accommodate you brave boys. What kind of cancer did you say you have again?
Oh, you know, all over cancer.
I'm so sorry.
Yeah, well, at least it's not as bad as having AIDS. AIDS is the worst disease.
I don't know. These days, I think I'd rather have AIDS than cancer.
No, you would. Look, shouldn't you be serving people drinks or something? Get out of here. We're on our way, buddy. Magic Johnson, here we come. Don't touch me. I know. I'm scared too.
Magic. Magic, could you come to the front for a minute? There are a couple of boys here to see you. Two brave little buddies who, against all odds, have journeyed across America to find the cure for AIDS. All they have is each other in a race against time.
Thank you for seeing us, Mr. Johnson. We were hoping that maybe you have some kind of key that can help us with our disease.
You boys both have the virus? Are you sure?
We're not just sure, we're HIV positive. Will you stop it with that? What part of this is funny to you? Kyle, we need to try to find out... What part of being infected with a deadly disease do you find funny? I don't think it's funny, Kyle. Then stop saying you're not just sure you're HIV positive. This isn't funny, AIDS isn't funny, dying isn't funny, so shut the f*** up! Well, excuse me, Kyle, for trying to keep some optimism, you know? You know, sometimes when things seem their darkest, you just need to try and stay HIV positive. But if you want to be so HIV negative all the time... Knock it off! Right now! This isn't funny! At all! Are you sure? Yes! Are you HIV positive? Ah! Ow, Kyle!
Boys, the truth is I don't know why my body is so resistant to the virus. I would love to know so I could help others, but I just don't.
Well, I've been thinking, maybe there's something you've come into contact with that hinders HIV from growing. Do you mind if we just look around?
Well, not at all. The pool is over there, where I try to swim and stay in shape. My kitchen is full of pretty healthy food. I don't know which thing it is that keeps my T-cell count high, so I'd try it all.
But everyone tries that. There has to be something you're exposed to that others aren't. Can we see where you sleep?
Sure. Just a pretty plain old ordinary bedroom.
Dude.
Oh yeah, I don't trust banks. I sleep with all my money.
You sleep with money? Every night?
Yeah, I like to keep it close for... You don't think that...
It's incredible. Mitch, these boys could be onto something. Take a look. That's a sample of HIV-infected blood. You can clearly see the HIV attacking the white blood cells, right? All right, now watch what happens when we introduce some cash.
My God, the HIV particles are receding.
The cash does seem to restrain the HIV cells from stabilizing. Now, hold on. All the cash is doing is destabilizing the virus, not destroying it.
Well, look, if being around lots of cash negatively affects the HIV, then maybe...
Then maybe enough cash shot directly into the bloodstream could kill the virus altogether.
I have enough cash for all three of us. We should give it a try.
No, it's ridiculous. We need FDA approvals, control studies. I'm sorry, but this is impossible. These boys have shown us that a lot of impossible things can happen. Their friendship has conquered every obstacle in their illness-ridden lives. Their incredible friendship has brought a sparkle of hope to our world, that's for sure.
Ugh.
I suppose we could try to distill Magic's cash down to its most highly concentrated level and try it on one of them. But it's very risky.
Yeah, well, if there's a chance of being cured of this illness, then Kyle is willing to take that risk.
Let's hope to Christ this works.
Wait a minute. Yes? Yes, take a look. The cash particles have completely replaced all the HIV in Kyle's blood. Boys, you just found the cure for AIDS.
Oh, right!
They found the cure for AIDS! The cure for AIDS!
What is it?
Large doses of concentrated cash. Get the media on the phone.
All right.
Scientists have just discovered the cure for AIDS. About $180,000 shot directly into the bloodstream. Hey, they just found the cure for AIDS. You just have to inject yourself with all your cash! Woohoo! I am pleased to announce that there is no trace of the HIV virus in either Kyle Broflovsky or Eric Cartman. Together, these boys beat their illness. With nothing but each other and overcoming all odds, these two brave friends...
Oh, stop! We're not friends! He's the one who infected me with AIDS!
These two brave lovers found the cure and helped the world. And so, to honor these boys, here is Jimmy Buffett!
What? Oh, no!
Cure Burger in paradise! Cure Burger, there I said it twice!
Oh, God damn it! Well, I tell you this, Kyle. I'm never getting my tonsils out again. I'm still breaking your Xbox. What? No! No! Kyle, no!
Nah,
He's here
he's
to
minus 1150.
No.
I mean, well, first of all, two things on that. Actually, a few things. I have a few things on this. One, like he's fighting a Canadian. Come on, you gotta
listen. I don't care when it comes to getting back on track.
Two, I mean, there's props. There's props that you can make with Muhammad here. And three, I love how we just gloss over like, yeah, the Post used to make fun of him when he would get them wrong. You're like guaranteeing, but then pointing to the fact that he
That's
would get
fine.
them wrong. Like
sometimes
we're not getting this wrong.
We're not getting it wrong. We're not getting it wrong.
This,
I like
this
the
will
confidence.
But by the way, on Monday he was under minus 1,000.
He was, yeah.
It's
Mother
moved.
effer.
Yeah.
According to who? DraftKings?
Every book. Yeah, DraftKings was actually like the last book to have him under 1,000, and as of this morning, he was still under 1,000. Oh man, I wonder if he's going to hang on. He did not hang on. He is currently minus 1150.
This is such a disappointment. I was so excited.
Yeah, I said at lunch, I was like, all right, so we can already chalk in Mokaev for Rawani. I took him at UFC London. I had a feeling you were high.
Oh, 1,000%. And by the way, the rest of the card is pretty much a bunch of, minus 175s plus 150s.
Yeah.
In that range.
There's
Not
some close
easy.
ones on this.
Not easy. Got to get fancy with it with some props.
All right.
All right. We ready to do the order? We'll throw it
Let's
in the
do
old
it.
parlay randomizer, and here we go.
Watch me get first.
There we go.
Frankie. Frank,
What was that,
Rick,
Ariel?
Connor,
I said
Eric.
that. I didn't want to
Wow.
because I was just thrown off here. I mean, I was going to pick.
Do you want me to trade with you, or?
No, I'm good. I'm totally good. By
right,
the
well,
way, where can I see these props, by the way?
If you go on sportsbook.draftkings.com,
yeah,
at the top, total rounds.
Ariel, you use best fight odds, right?
Yeah, but you don't see the
That's
props
where you
there.
usually look. You can on the right side. There's little arrows that you can expand and see the props.
Oh.
Also, while Ariel tries to find that, Frank, we actually have some breaking news here.
Oh.
Big stuff from DraftKings Sportsbook. So instead of just being essentially forced to ride the parlay with us, you can make your own if you want to. It's a stepped up parlay. So the way it works is you add your picks, and with each pick that you add, you get a bigger boost. So if you start at a 3-leg parlay, you get a 20% boost. 4 legs, 25%. All the way up to 10 or more legs, you can get up to a 100% boost. So whatever kind of parlay you want to build out, it's on you. Or you can, choose to ride with us. Either way, we're getting you the boost.
Wow, that's fun. Also, this arrow thing that you just told me about is really fun. I had no idea this was there this whole time.
Oh my God, you've been looking at Best Fight odds for the last year.
This
and
thing
had
is
no idea.
incredible.
You can see the props across all the.
I never would have gotten any of them wrong had I been.
Oh, that's the. So it's my pick, right?
It is your
It's
pick,
Frank's
Frank.
pick,
Kick
right?
us off, man.
There are a lot of people to pick from. A lot of money lines, but I'm going to go with a prop. I'm going to take Aljo over 2.5.
Oh, wow. That's interesting.
Aljamain Sterling, TJ Dillashaw over 2.5.
Wait, is this just Aljo or both?
That fight
Thank you
over.
for correcting.
The fight goes over 2.5.
So that's interesting because I'm looking here. Wow, there's a whole new world that I've just been exposed
Whole
to.
new world, bro.
There's a over 1.5 and a 2.5. Why are you going 2.5, not 1.5?
Because I know it'll go over 2.5.
Wow, he's that confident. You could have
Jeez.
taken the 1.5.
Better odds. Yeah.
You could take over 1.5 in Chukagian Figueroa, Ariel.
Yeah. Okay. All right. Well, how do you feel about that pick, GC?
Wait.
I mean,
all right. I'm just asking. I just wanted to know. Okay. Fine.
That's how I feel.
It's gonna be sweaty. I mean, TJ Dillashaw, he's got the most knockouts as a champion in bantamweight history. I mean, he's got the power in the hands.
Full disclosure, by the way, I was looking at 1.5. That's why I was asking. All right.
1.5 is safer for sure.
Yeah. I'm just curious, like, why?
We gotta, put a little bit of skin in the game. So.
Yeah. I also just personally
Can't always just go
guaranteed.
hide under the.
Just trying to be safer out here, Frank. What do you got in your Rick? Oh wait, is it who's next?
It is Rick.
Oh,
yeah,
yeah.
Rick
I think it is me, right?
Yup.
Okay. I'm deciding between two. Doing this on the fly.
Wait, what?
I really want to take one, but no, it's because
Take 10 minutes
it's this
to get it
one I
right.
really have wanted to take for a long time, but then it's bitten me over and over.
Uh-oh.
Think about the parlay.
Think about the
Yeah.
guarantee.
Most confident pick on the card.
Yeah, you know what? I'm just gonna do it.
Wow.
I'm just gonna do it. I'm going with money line Islam Makhachev.
Wow.
He did it.
He did.
Sorry.
He did
Sorry,
do it.
I
Wow,
haven't
that
beat
throws
that.
a wrench in the party.
Why?
I was gonna go fight doesn't go.
Wow. Wait, are you not allowed? Not
No.
do the same fight.
I think we're not allowed because of the same fight. Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, we could technically do Islam inside the distance. I guess that would be a little combo.
If we're starting to get dicey at the end, I had another pick, but you know what? Like,
I can.
and the reason I say it's bitten me is like I've been predicting the demise of Charles for a long time. I've been picking everybody against him, and he's been making me eat crow. And here I go again, just picking Islam, and Charles is gonna kick me in the face and shut me up.
Well, I'll take the super chalk. I'll find something else here. I just mentioned it. With Ariel talking about the over 1.5. So why not just take some big juice here? I'll take Chukagian Figueroa over 1.5 minus 750.
That was my. That is that is the lock of the night. That is the lock. Oh my God! I saw that and I was like, please God, no one take that fight.
That really
That's a
puts you
great
in a
pick.
jam,
Yeah, that's a great pick.
There's some other things that you could do here.
Yeah, I guess. All right. So you're saying doesn't. What is it? Over 1.5?
Over 1.5. So right now we're
Lock.
sitting at over 2.5 Sterling Dillashaw, Islam Makhachev, and over 1.5.
Yep.
Plus 116 is where we stand.
Yeah.
Scramble mode. You wanted to be last.
I mean, there's
Now we're
some
scrambling.
Mokaev props, like
No, listen.
Look around here.
I'm looking around. Chill out. Jeez. I mean, you got to give me a second. I was gonna pick that one. It was on the tip of my tongue. Can I tell you something that I'm leaning towards?
Yeah,
I'd like to hear it.
Leaning towards Brady Bilal over 1.5. Okay, just got to shrug.
I don't hate that.
Two wrestlers. I mean, I parlayed that up.
I'm looking at Carl Hossa. Just money line.
Money line.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Lena Landsberg's 40. Hasn't won a fight in 3 years.
Yeah.
You do get that pressure, though, that Frank mentioned last week of the first fight of the night.
Yeah, it doesn't feel good.
Or if it wins, then you're like, all right, mine's
That
out of
feels
the way.
great, yeah.
Yeah, I mean,
I also have to look into the future, and I know if Ariel hits his pick and one of us doesn't hit, he's going to be like, I made the guarantee.
You know what? I feel like I'm being branded as not a
No.
team player. I'm not that guy. I'm just trying to boost morale here a little bit, all right? All right. You know what's interesting? Can I just ask, on the best fight odds, when you go on the drop down, there's actually no over 1.5 for Hossa Landsberg.
Every fight's not going to have it.
I can tell you it's minus 550.
On DraftKings?
On DraftKings Sportsbook right now, yeah, it's minus 550.
Wow.
Hossa Landberg, same thing for Bilal and Brady. They're both minus 550 over 1.5.
There is something nice about not having to root for a winner, but just like rooting for the fight to go a certain length. Because I don't want to root for anyone to lose. I'm not that kind of guy.
There's pros and cons.
Yeah.
Pros and cons.
Okay.
Two people can bust your parlay in each fight.
That's true. That's true. I'm gonna go. Oh God. Hossa winner or distance?
Over 1.5 is what you're saying, or distance?
Over 1.5.
I'll let Rick make the choice.
What? I get to make 2 picks in the parlay?
I like the pressure.
I want you to pick what you
I want
really
Ariel to
believe in.
choose.
Okay, fine. Let me just ask the YouTube chat just 1 second.
No. This last time that was a disaster.
Go with your gut, man. You
go with your gut. Last time you went against your gut.
What's deep down in your
Carol
bowels?
Hossa. Carol Hossa's my
Money
pick.
line.
Money line.
Oh. That brings us to plus 184. And as I mentioned, if you don't like these picks, you can make your own stepped up parlay. Don't know why you wouldn't like these picks, though. We've
these are
guaranteed
good.
victory.
And we're boosted, right?
Let me tell you.
One
of the other ones I was thinking about.
Yeah.
Well, the other one that I was thinking about instead of Islam was Krylov and Uzdemir under or doesn't go to decision. One of those two, because I feel like that one's going to be a slugfest. And
I mean, Krylov does not go to decisions. 34 of his 37 fights.
Although I think, did he go last time? But yeah. He
had like a
he's an action
streak of
fighter.
3 decisions in a row, but those are the only 3 times he's ever been in the 37 fights he's fought in.
That was my other one. That was the one I liked. But you know what? I'm gonna pick Islam and live with the results here.
It's always fun to have one in the main event, and we got co-main too. So over 2.5.
No one touching Jan O'Malley.
It's a hard one.
Dicey.
It's a hard one to figure out. It's a hard
I can't lie. Going into it, this was not the parlay I was expecting.
What were you expecting?
I don't know what I was expecting, but Karol Hossa over 1.5. Fiorot Chookagian, Islam Makhachev.
Wait, no. By the way, mine's just Karol Hossa money line.
Yeah.
Oh, you said over 1.5
for Chookagian Fiorot.
Oh, okay, yeah.
Then Islam, and then Sterling Dillashaw, plus 184.
Here we
I
go.
feel good about it.
That's pre-boost, right?
Pre-boost.
Pre-boost.
So the boost will probably get us into the 2s, right?
It definitely will. And then, as mentioned, stepped up. The more legs you add, the bigger the boost you're going to get.
All right, here we go. Now I'm dying to know who you're picking as far as the actual card is concerned. By the way, is New York Rick going to be on the watch party?
Oh yeah, Rick will be there, I guess.
Oh.
I was trying to do a little.
He did the surprise thing, and you just gave it away.
I was gonna say. I mean, you asked.
Well, he did the shrug shoulder. He was trying to tease it. And is there a chance that that mysterious Frank's identity will be revealed on the? Okay.
Not gonna happen.
By the way, you're supposed to say.
Yeah, just
stay
tease it a little
tuned.
bit.
Jeez Louise, it's your first time doing this?
Yeah, it actually is my first time.
Yeah, it
doing
is
this.
your
I've really messed this up. Huh? I've botched this promo.
Maybe
we gotta
we'll
build the
be in it.
drama.
Maybe
Get
Rick
them
will be in.
interested.
All right, here's the real question: is Rick going to be in studio?
Oh,
because I don't know the answer to that question.
You could work. I mean, probably.
We will see.
Okay. Wow.
Is he
Tune in
bringing
to
the
find out.
baklava?
Am I bringing some?
How good is Mogador? Right.
I mean, I was the one who recommended
Yeah,
it.
you were,
Of
you
course, it's the best.
I'm
It
gonna
is
look
the
like
best.
it's gonna look legit if me and Frank go there Saturday morning.
What do you
Oh,
mean? Is it
yeah.
going to look legit?
Also, I mean, that's just a good spot. Like that's a
It's
date
just
spot.
amazing.
That's a great dinner spot.
All
Like,
right,
you're
I'm locking it in. I'm gonna see if I can get a
versatility.
resi. Maybe call
Yeah,
ahead.
We
By
are
the way-
doing the Manhattan location.
Manhattan,
so-
correct.
Oh, can't speak to that. Have you ever been to
can't
the
vouch.
beach? No.
No,
Wow.
only Brooklyn.
You really think that a few miles?
Their
is gonna make it?
website seems pretty confident in their Manhattan location. I have to say.
Where is it?
There you go.
Downtown?
Yeah, it's near NoHo Avenue A.
Hmm.
It's a little bit. It's a little bit off the way from Cats.
Cats is.
Yeah.
Yeah. All right. Well, let us know how that goes. Now let's see your picks.
Yeah, let's do it. Buckle up. 10 singles, 4 parlays. So I'll keep it brief, keep it blurby on some of these. I start with Karol Hossa, the woman that you just picked. I took her earlier in the week. Lena Landsberg is 40. She hasn't won a fight in over 3 years. She landed one significant strike across 15 minutes against Sarah McMahon back in 2020. By no means do I think Karol Hossa is a world beater. The bantamweight division isn't necessarily stacked, but I do think she will beat Lena Landsberg in this situation, so I'll ride with her. Next up, we've got Mikhail Gordon going under 1.5. We're going to keep the flyweight under trend going.
Under,
It is-
wow.
I mean, it's been money for us. We're getting our first under 1.5, though. That's going to be a good test for it to see if it really is the lock like we believe it is. I mean, Mikhail over 1,000 at pretty much every sports book. He's not the biggest finisher in the world, but he does have finishing capabilities. And a reason that I'm a little bit more confident in it is if you look at who he's fighting. Malcolm Gordon, 10 of his last 11 fights have gone under 1.5, win or lose. 3 of those have been losses, and 9 of those 10 ended in the first round. So would not be surprised if Makhachev ended up getting a submission or maybe a ground and pound TKO and ended this one early. Next up, Petrosian Dobson, under 2.5. AJ Dobson, I mean, he comes in here with reckless abandonment. He comes in here swinging. He looks to end fights. 6 of his 8 fights have ended in the first round. Petrosian, same thing. 6 of his 8 fights have gone under the 2.5. Last time out, both of them fought grapplers in Malkoun and Barajo. Couldn't really get the fight going. Couldn't, do what they do when it comes to finishing. I don't think that's going to be the case here. I think they're going to stand and bang and, brawl till they fall. I think someone's going to go out and we go under the 2.5.
Brawl till they fall is a great line.
Oh, thanks, man. I coined it myself.
I feel like that's like stand and bang, like that's one that they're gonna steal that for sure. Oh, you didn't? Oh, okay.
No. But it is a good one. We'll keep it rolling with the props. Ozdemir Krylov, under 2.5. New York Rick just mentioned it. These guys do not go to many decisions. I know 3 of Krylov's last 5 have gone to a decision. Volkan, 3 of his last 4 have gone to a decision. But I do have good news. Krylov, that is the only 3 times he's ever been to a decision in his career. 34 of his 37 pro fights have gone under the 2.5. Volkan, 16 of his 24 have gone under the 2.5. And then if you look at first round finishes, Krylov, he's had 27 of his 37 end in the first round. Volkan, half of his 24 with 12 first round finishes. I just see this one getting chaotic. That's kind of what Nikita Krylov does. He brings the chaos. And I think it's going to be a brawl till someone does fall. I think this one does end inside the 2.5. Next up, sub props. I cannot hit these to save my life, so tail with caution. But I am going with Caio Bravo by sub plus 550. Muradov swings for the fences, man. He can get wild in there. 17 of his 25 wins are by KO, so he does have that knockout power, but sometimes he can get a little reckless. And if you look at his record, 4 losses by submission last time out. GM3 gets the back in round 1, isn't able to finish it. Round 2 gets the back again, gets the hook in, and able to tap him out. And then just going back and watching Barajo's last 2 fights, he goes up against Petrosian. Round 1, body triangle, gets the back, just racking up minutes there. Does the same thing in round 2. God's same exact thing, just backpacks him for the entire rounds 1 and round 2. The only thing that does worry me is that he isn't converting those into submissions, but I'm hoping he's going to have the opportunities here. I think he is going to get the back of Muradov at some point in this fight, and hopefully he's able to get the choke out at plus 550 in a fight that I think he's going to have the chances. I'm willing to ride it, and hopefully we can end the sub-losing streak that we're currently on.
I appreciate your persistence.
We're going to hit one eventually. Knock on wood. Hopefully we're going to hit one eventually. Next up, Sean Brady moneyline. I played this one as soon as it dropped. I have made a habit of losing money on Belal Muhammad. We'll see if it continues here. I don't think it does. I think this is a tougher stylistic matchup for Belal than he's had in his last couple fights. Luque, Wonder Boy, mainly strikers, aren't going to present much in the grappling department. Sean Brady presents just that. He's big, he's strong, great wrestling, BJJ black belt. I think he's going to be able to nullify a lot of Belal's strength. I think it's going to be a super competitive fight. But I think he is going to get this done, edge him out in a close decision. 29-28, remain undefeated. Plus, Philly sports on fire right now. Flyers are 3-0. Phillies up 1-0 in the NLCS. Eagles 6-0. Our boy Brady can't let the city down.
Don't forget about the Union playing tomorrow against Cincinnati in the
Great
MLS,
point. Great point.
On a collision course with Montreal, of course, for the Eastern Conference Final.
Obviously, I was going to let you say that so you could.
Big soccer guy these days.
Yeah, nonstop talk about the World Cup for you.
Love the World Cup. Love Men in Blazers. That's my go-to. Love Men in Blazers. You guys listen? I'm not lying. I can't.
I believe you. I believe you. You talked about it last night.
Yeah. You guys were like, I'm actually. I'm to break the fourth wall. I'm having a real dilemma. Let me ask the people. Like, when the World Cup is going on next month, do we go head to head?
Yes.
Or do we start early? Do we try to avoid? No. Rick is rolling his eyes here.
Emphatic.
Let me tell you something.
No.
That Wednesday, when Canada makes its debut against Belgium, that's a 2 o'clock. I might as well not have this on my desk if I'm going to go head to head with Canada's first World Cup game since 1986. 1986. You do realize the World Cup is a pretty big deal, right, New York Break? Like, you know, this is a pretty important.
I don't know if you know how the internet works, but it's not 1986 anymore, and you can tune into the things you want to tune into, and it doesn't work like that where the whole world is watching one thing.
You think I'm going to watch the game on tape delay?
I get that no. I'm not saying DVR and VOD and all that stuff, which is also something to consider. But yeah, the World Cup is still huge, just not as huge as it was in 1986. There's room for people to be doing other things at the same time, and
I think
don't
it's bigger than
a ton of crossover.
Got a watch party for the World Cup.
A watch party? That'd be great.
Yeah, why not? Let's just, you know what? Let's just do it. Have the show, but let's just watch the World Cup.
Soccer.com.
Yeah.
Soccerfootball.com. That's like MMA fighting, soccer football.
This is blasphemous.
You're not going to watch the World Cup?
I'll watch the World Cup, but that doesn't mean my life stops.
Oh, my life
Yes,
stops.
it does.
Yes.
Black Friday, your life stops. You're meeting me and Frank at the bar for USA England before we go to the NFL Championships. I don't want to hear this kid stuff. I don't want to hear this family Thanksgiving. We'll see you on Black Friday.
Very selfish. I can't wait. I can't. I always loved the first game. The first game I remember a few years ago, Senegal won. Qatar's playing. You know, it's kind of weird that they changed it. They made them go early. You know, it's a lot. There's a lot of. Yes.
What's the commitment here? What are we committing to? Every game?
Yeah,
every game.
I gotta watch every game. I have to
every World Cup.
I have to see a portion of every game, even the 5 o'clockers.
Come on, man.
I'm gonna be betting like a madman.
Oh, what do you mean too much?
Listen,
once every 4 years.
I'm off. Listen, I get it. The Olympics, World Cup. There's certain things.
I care about the World Cup way more than the Olympics. Way more.
Okay, that's fair. That's fair.
The one thing that we're all agree on.
Yeah.
I'm trying to. You know, the global games, let's call them.
Sure.
I get it. I understand the appeal, and I think people should watch them. But I think this idea that like, let's just have a holiday every single day that
every 4 years.
Let's just not work. That
sounds fun, Rick. This is a good idea.
These are actually great ideas.
I agree with you if you run for office.
And by the way,
the world is not stopped.
Historically, it's always during the summer, so people are a little more lax with their, their office hours. So it actually kind of works out. Now it's going to be weird. It's actually going to be really weird because a big part of watching the World Cup is like you're outside, you're here. It's going to be freezing.
Got to cozy up in the USA, the Canada
Qatar really
bars,
screwed it up for everyone. I'll tell you that much. It's going to be great in 4 years. It's here in America. Well, America, Canada, and Mexico. Did you guys know that?
Yeah.
You know the finals at MetLife.
That's confirmed.
That I didn't know.
Yeah.
I did not know that.
Yeah. Which I think is a really
like
bad choice for the final. There's so many nicer stadiums than MetLife.
Sure, but it's New York.
I mean, location-wise, though, like just the status.
New Jersey.
Yeah,
that actually is true. Great point. Great point. They should have it at Orchard Park.
That'd be tremendous. No.
If you want to come to New York, come to Orchard Park.
I agree. New York's only team. All right, did I interrupt you?
No, but I like this break. Let me get my steam back as we get into the main card. You know that I'm going with the beast. I mean, come on. I've been supporting her last few fights. What's not to like? 4-0 in the UFC. 4.08 striking differential for the numbers people out there, which is just an insane statistic. If she keeps that up, she'll be number 1 in her division. 10 rounds in the UFC, has yet to lose a round on any of the judges' scorecards to this point. She's got the striking, she's got the takedowns, takedown defense. She's well-rounded. I think she's going to be quicker than Chookagian here. I think she's going to be more aggressive. I think she can mix in the takedowns. We saw Ribas have success against Chookagian with the takedowns in that close split decision. And I just think she outpoints her on the way to a unanimous decision. That's why I'll be riding with the beast, Manon Fiorot.
Like that one.
Next up, Petr Yan, money line. Took this one as soon as it dropped. Thought I was Mr. Smarty Pants. Got it at -275. I said, all right. I beat the lines. Love when I do that. It dropped down to like -400. Money is coming in heavy on Sean O'Malley. I now have a bad line. You can get Petr Yan for as good as -250 out there. I think he's -260 right now on DraftKings Sportsbook. So I was not smart in taking it that long. I mean, with inflation too, the money's been sitting on the bet for a few months. So definitely made a bad choice. But I do think, this is a huge step up for Sean O'Malley. I think Petr Yan is just a level above him at this point. I'm not sure if he's ready for this test. He's already had a fantastic test last year in Sandhagen against a long, rangy, unique striker in Corey Sandhagen. I feel like he managed that well. I think it could be similar to that fight, though I won't be surprised. I know Cruz hit on, can Sean O'Malley mix in the wrestling? I wouldn't be surprised if Petr Yan shot for a takedown here. He didn't do it in Sterling 2. He didn't do it in the Sandhagen fight, but in the previous 6 fights before that, he landed 16 takedowns, landed at least one in every single fight. We don't really know how Sean O'Malley is going to react if he was taken to the ground and top controlled on. So I wouldn't be surprised if that's an option for Petr Yan. I just think this has Petr Yan 29-28 written all over it. Does the slow starting concern me a little bit? Yes. Am I really not going to feel great if he's like even money after the first round? Then I'll really feel like I made a dumb bet. Yes. But I think at the end of the day, Petr Yan is going to be the one that's getting his hand raised in this matchup.
Bold pick. Don't hate it.
Bold pick, yeah. Let's keep it rolling. Co-main event. Had to put a bet down for this one. Co-main event, UFC 280. I got action on every fight. I'm not going to switch it up with the Bantamweight Championship. Surprised that the line is continuing to move in the favor of Aljamain. I really think that this is a razor-close fight. Everything that Cruz alluded to, the questions that are unanswered. I mean, Dillashaw is the better striker. Aljo is the better grappler. Who's going to be able to have the success? A great stat given out by Jed Meshew on No Bets Barred last night. Dillashaw has a combined time of being on his back that I believe is 88 seconds in the UFC. Don't quote me on that. He could tell you the exact number, but he usually pops right back up when someone takes him down. He's got good takedown defense. Aljo, 2 of 22 on takedowns against Petr Yan. But the thing is, all he needed was those 2. He just needed the 2, and that's why he still has that belt around his shoulder. I'm going to lean that he is going to be able to find some success in the grappling department in this fight. And then in addition to that, TJ Dillashaw, getting close to turning 37. He's fought 1 time in the last 45 months. I think the youth advantage will be there for Aljo. I think he does have the size advantage as well. Razor close fight. If TJ Dillashaw wins this, I will not be shocked at all. He's a fantastic striker. He looks to be in excellent shape. But I had to get a pick down, so I'm going to ride with the champ to get it done.
All right, we're now the big one.
We're about getting to the end. I do have to lead into this. I've mentioned it a couple of times. The beautiful people at DraftKings Sportsbook had the lines up. I took this one on December 27th, 2021. Islam Makhachev to be the lightweight champion at the end of 2022 at plus 240. Put 1.75 units down on it. So obviously, financially, I have to cheer for Islam. That is where my money is at. That is where my heart will be at. But I had to get an additional bet down as well. So I took Islam Makhachev to win in rounds 1, 2, or 3 at plus 150. Just despite the lay and pray rep that he kind of gets because of his wrestling base, 7 of his 11 UFC wins have come by finish. I just do not see this one going the distance. I think it's going to get chaotic. I think any fight that Charles Oliveira is involved in gets chaotic. 42 UFC fights for these guys combined. 35 of them have not gone to a decision. Oliveira, I think it's 17 of his last 18 have not gone to a decision. And then 27 of those 42 have ended inside the first round. I'm going to lean that Islam can get the takedowns. Another great point made by Jed Meshew. I keep going back to him on No Bets Barred last night. Oliveira's recent opponents have been scared to go to the ground with him. I don't think Makhachev is going to be scared. I think he'll actually welcome that. And if he gets that top control, that pressure, I will not be surprised if he eventually either ground and pounds Charles to a TKO or is somehow able to lock a submission. I just don't see this one going long. Whoever does win, if Charles makes things chaotic and gets to win himself, I won't be surprised there as well. But I'm going to side with Makhachev. I'm going to double down on the future that I have because why not? And yeah, I'll take Makhachev to win in round 1, 2, or 3.
Oh, yeah.
And then quickly for you, not much explanation, some parlays. I have Muhammad Mokaev. I had Magomed Mustafaev. He's out. And then I have Oliveira Makhachev. Does not go the distance. Then a little prop parlay for you. Muhammad Brady over 1.5. Chikagian Fierro over 1.5. Again, Oliveira Makhachev does not go the distance. I'll be very shocked if it does go. And then Muhammad Brady over 2.5. Chikagian Fierro over 2.5. A lot of props on this one. And then last but not least, our man Shaheen El-Shadi joined No Bets Barred last night and gave us this beauty. I kind of thought of it sort of like an AKA parlay inspired by Javi Mendez joining the show.
Wow.
Coach Khabib. Our man Shaheen Al-Shadi has coined it the Father's Plan Parlay.
Wow.
Abu
Love this.
Magomedov, Zubaira Tukugov, Islam Makhachev, plus 319.
That's not
Father's
bad.
Plan. That's how it does. And
Father's Plan Parlay. Wow, what a brilliant choice on his part.
I mean, brilliant choice. Deeper breakdown. You want to hear it all. We went an hour 45 last night. Wow. Look at that. Look at that beautiful mug. Our man, Shaheen Al-Shadi, joined the show. Fantastic show. You know, it's like a little Super Bowl we get this weekend over in Abu Dhabi. Can't wait for it. So tune into that if you want more analysis. But those are my picks. UFC 280. I cannot wait for it.
That is amazing. That is a great breakdown. You know, I keep this. That was one of your best breakdowns.
Oh wow!
But I have to say, I was very anxious throughout because I kept looking at the clock, and I'm worried.
Oh, you're getting
about
nervous for Frank.
Yeah,
I'm being inconsiderate of that.
Fault.
Yeah, so I just wanted.
I'm actually sorry.
I was getting super nervous. I mean, like, let's break it down right now. So, first act is at 6:30. That
there's no
seems
shot. That's out the window.
unusually
It's gonna be fine.
early.
Stop.
When is like the cutoff point? Like between the stuff you have to do
I want to be in a
afterwards?
train by 6.
I mean, you got what? 30 questions left?
No,
6
just
questions.
just
Not
yeah.
that I've been counting.
No.
This guy is.
One last quick thing. Can I just ask you guys, what is the obsession with Hasbulla?
Oh, it's great.
Has there been any news on that?
No, it's just a lot. Like I see that, like there's a lot of tweets from the UFC. Like, what is the obsession?
He's a funny character.
It's
Is it a lot? Is it too much? Is it sort of like the BMF title where it's like too much of a good thing isn't a good thing, or am I just being a curmudgeon?
Eventually, I'm gonna get burned out. I don't think I'm burned out yet. Anytime I see him on my timeline, it makes
Is it
my day.
weird. Like, are they laughing with him? At him?
It's a sight gag thing. It's because he's a little person. They are.
But it's a lot.
But he's got attitude. He's got this
Do they do this with
fiery
anyone
attitude.
else?
and he's got a good personality.
Have they ever done this with anyone else?
I mean, anytime they post the picture where he's standing, he's got the seatbelt on, but he's standing up in the seat, I can't get enough of that.
Do you think it's an Abu Dhabi thing?
This is a global thing.
I deep dive on Javi Mendez's Instagram. And
Oh, I mean, he's like a part of the team. But my thing is like, I don't know. It just
You're Hasbulla out. I get it.
I feel like it was Hasbulla
I
out
don't
last
get it.
last
I'm
year.
a fan of him.
to be
I
honest.
support him.
The thing is it an Abu Dhabi thing? Is it a part of the deal? You know, they get paid to go to these Abu Dhabi shows, and I just wanted to know.
I think so. Yeah. Yeah, like him showing up and doing all of this.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think so for sure.
Well, he's also, you're on the UFC roster now.
Is that a real thing too? Like, do they pay him? Is he an influencer for them?
We don't know. We don't.
I'm gonna.
There is some kind of deal.
By the way,
Get you this fight kid for Hanukkah.
Is it a crazy thought that if Islam wins, he puts the belt on Islam?
Yeah.
Yes, it is.
I think yes.
How
I
does
think
he?
that's a
How does he
crazy
even
name.
reach?
Yeah,
up?
Islam goes on his knees.
No. I think Dana
No,
gives
okay.
him the belt and then he gives the belt to Hasbulla.
What about Hasbulla standing in between them?
Yeah, he'll
Face off.
pick him up like he did last time.
Do you think Hasbulla walks out in his fight gear on Saturday? Do you think he's
With Islam?
hoodie?
With Islam?
Yeah. I mean, like, this is. I mean, he's got the gear. You can buy it on the UFC store, and
Legit?
I'd be lying if I didn't look at it. I had it.
I mean,
Yeah. Gold hoodies.
even
and
just this
everything.
conversation is making me realize that yes, this has way jumped the shark.
It's ridiculous.
Like, it's over.
By the way,
It's over.
can I just say something? If Bellator
think we
used Hasbulla as much as UFC does, they would get killed for it.
That's.
Yeah.
Am I
A whole
wrong?
different world, though. A whole different world.
I get it. There's still appeal. I 100% get it. But yeah, it's once the machine
Yes.
takes it on, it's co-opted, and now
Gets
it's
less
not,
cool.
the organicness of it is gone.
Like the BMF title.
Yeah, I agree. I'm with you.
All right.
I will. To Connor's
Disagree.
point, though, he's got a great personality.
Yeah.
I mean, you see, I have no
He's an
knock.
interesting character.
I have nothing against him. No knock on the guy. I'm not trying to be a hater. God bless him for making money and becoming this worldwide phenomenon. I'm just wondering if they're using him too much, and what is the real reason why they're using him? Is it just because he draws attention? I don't know. I don't know.
I mean, that's pretty much any social media celebrity. It's just to get more eyes on it.
Yeah, I guess.
If you've got too much of it,
Remember when
I would
2 weeks
expect
ago
more of it
Liver
this
King was in an eating contest with Paulo Costa? I mean, this is the world we live in now.
Is Liver King going to become Bellator's
Hasbulla. I mean, I'll say this. I don't know if he has the same sort of charm that Hasbulla has, right?
I can promise you.
Yeah.
He doesn't.
Yeah, that was weird because Liver King was a PFL guy. What is that? What is that? Okay, I feel like
I
you're.
think he was under exclusive contract.
Okay, all right.
Frank is literally.
No, well,
right now.
you just talked about Frank and his out. And
All right. Back to my questions.
Punching walls back here.
Okay, back to the questions we go. Just a few left. Mount Sinai asks, Shalom, Ariel. Well, I didn't get the job that you gave me the advice for last week, so my natural follow-up question is, how do you personally deal with failure or being rejected from a job? Also, any thoughts on Sungwoo Choi? Noah, by the way, just read this. And I'm not just trying to plug Funky's book, but there's a lot of good lessons. I've lost jobs. I've been rejected. It has all happened, and you use them as fire. You use them as motivation. You take that rejection, you put it as a big fat chip on your shoulder, and you go show them that they screwed up. You don't lick your wounds. You don't feel sorry for yourself. You go out there, you seize the day, you seize the moment, you overcome the obstacle, and good things will happen. As Dominic said, the world mirrors you, right? Good vibe, positive, tends to give back. George, don't rush. St. Pierre says, Lord Ariel, I was asked this question in my friend group and it generated a lively debate and hoped you and the team at MMA Hour could give your thoughts on this hot topic. If you are having a pizza with only one topping, what would you choose? I said extra cheese, which is a horrible choice. What? You already have cheese. Extra cheese is just, you're being greedy. Anyway, and was ridiculed at length. I agree, because apparently that's not a legitimate topping. Disagree with that, but I kind of agree. I just think that's a horrible. I have never in my life asked for extra cheese on pizza. You guys?
Absolutely have.
Extra cheese?
In addition to toppings, yeah.
That is.
I'm not gonna go just extra cheese, but yeah, I've had extra cheese. Like you're ordering from a Papa John's, a Domino's, or something.
I have never asked that. Well, the question is extra cheese a topping, and what would you and the boys pick? Well, in my opinion, extra cheese is not a topping. That's just extra of something. It's not a topping. It's just more cheese. Cheese is typically a staple of the pizza. You're just asking for more of it. That's not a topping.
Yeah, we are in alignment there. I agree with you.
Mushroom, olives, pepperoni, etc. Mine is a no-brainer. Green olives. Has to be green, not black. Hate black olives.
Nice and briny, huh?
Yeah. I like the green. My ultimate pizza, as I've said before, is green olives and pineapple. Like I start to get like a sensation in my throat. I get so excited when I just think of olives and pineapple. Green olives and pineapple. If I had to pick one, I'm going green olives. If they don't have green olives, I would rather pineapple over black olives. What do you guys think? GC?
I mean, I absolutely love pineapple on my pizzas. That would probably be my go-to. So I still have to try this pineapple and olives. But I mean, if I'm ordering for if I'm ordering for a party, yeah, I'm gonna do like a pepperoni. I'm gonna do a classic.
Classic pepperoni.
Yeah,
extra cheese.
Now, do I get to? We're not counting that as a topping.
No.
Let's throw extra cheese on there. Thank you.
Weird. What about
appreciate you asking.
Stuffed crust?
Oh God, I mean, are we doing extra cheese and stuffed crust? We're just canceling tomorrow. We ain't doing anything the next day. I'm down, honestly.
What about you, Frank?
Mushroom pizza.
Mushroom. Yeah. Straight mushroom?
Straight mushroom.
Interesting. There's different kinds of mushroom. Like there's ones that are sort of marinated. Those are good. But if they're too dry, I don't like that. But you just like the mushroom.
Mushroom.
All right. What about, you know what I hate? You know what would piss me off? We'd order pizza every Sunday night. That was our thing from Domino's. Domino's in Canada are way better than Domino's in the States, by the way. And sometimes they would mistake the green olives for green peppers. I mean, it's so dressed. It's so upsetting. You open it up and it's like, oh, green peppers. It's a totally different taste.
There's almost no taste associated with the peppers. I mean, if you're getting a supreme pizza, the peppers are just...
That's not true. The peppers have a flavor.
Hot peppers I like.
No, just like a bell pepper.
Bell pepper, it's crunch.
There's nothing. It's like a water crunch. Yeah.
Yeah, exactly.
Christian asks, hi Ariel, hope all is well with you and the boys during this hectic but Super Bowl-esque week in MMA. Been rather quiet, but Saturday morning can't come soon enough. Question for you, a recent story came out highlighting Philadelphia Eagles quarterback Jalen Hurts and his all-female management team. Yes, he explained how influential they've been to his success so far in the NFL, both on and off the field. This got me wondering, are there any leading females in the MMA management space that we don't know of or hear of? If not, Who do you see that could be some of the first to change the current landscape of management in MMA? Go Pats. Christian. Yes, there's actually one young woman. Her name is Bee Nguyen, Killer Bee or Killa Bee MMA on Instagram, Twitter. She has fought for one championship. She is getting into MMA management, has been working with KO Reps, Oren Hodak, represent the likes of Kevin Holland and Terrence McKinney they just signed, among many others. And she is I've talked to her about this. I've actually told her she's having a retirement fight, and I told her that afterwards I'd love to have her on because there aren't a lot of female representative. There's another one, Jennifer, aka JG. She's worked for Ballingy Group. She's worked for Vayner. She has worked as a long time. No, not Vayner. Ballingy Group and CAA, and now possibly doing some other stuff because CAA is no longer in the combat business, the representative business. She's been around for a long time, but I think Bee will be a very interesting person to follow because she is a soon-to-be former fighter, so she knows that side of things. She was even in Survivor back in the day, and she's got strong opinions. I don't think she'll be pushed around. I don't think she'll be intimidated. I think she knows a lot about the game, trains at Extreme Couture. So I'm very curious to see how her foray into the world of MMA management is concerned. So obviously not a ton, very male-dominated, but I think that's a great story on Hertz. I saw that. It was Front Office Sports that wrote about it, and I'd love to see more women representing the athletes in MMA. There was also someone in GSP's camp back in the day, Shari Spencer. She also represented Frankie Edgar as well. Didn't end well, but there have been some. But watch out for B. I think he could be a player. Nick. Hi, Ariel. Hi, Ariel. Do you know if there are any hygiene rules before fights? Do fighters have to shower, etc.? I'm sure if they were riddled with BO before the fight starts, it could be used as an advantage if it goes to the mat. Just imagine. Yeah. I know I've heard of people not showering. I've heard of people not brushing their teeth. These are all, to the best of my knowledge, fair game. Now, things like Vaseline, all that stuff on your body, that isn't fair game. But to the best of my knowledge, other than just common courtesy, there are no rules. And if you're going to go to those lengths, I mean, golly, that is intense. Imagine not showering for days and not brushing your teeth. Could probably work, right?
Definitely.
Yeah. Would you do that?
No, I have questioned some of these rules before, like other ways to get out of a grapple.
Yeah.
Hold. Stop it.
Oh my. Ariel from Christopher Walker. Greetings from Cardiff. Long time, first time. I've been listening since 2015. Thanks for the 5+ hours of weekly entertainment. We were going to go 5 today, but Frank has plans. I was particularly buzzing when you talked about your visit to Cardiff. I'm a Cardiff native and hoped to meet you, but I was away traveling around California in a camper van at the time. Wow, I love a good camper van. I saw one in Buffalo with the Bills logo on it. It was tremendous. 2 Wales-based questions for you. Any update on the Edwards versus Usman 2 card being held at Principality Stadium in Cardiff? I have not heard that as an option. I think it would be a great option. I hear England. Obviously, Wales is part of the UK. I hear England. But I think it would be a great option because there's a roof. And I was at Principality Stadium. It's in an amazing location. It's like right in the center of Cardiff. There's all these cool things, architecture, castles, shops, restaurants around. It's very easily accessible, and there's a roof. So they're always worried about the rain. Don't have to worry. But no, I haven't heard. 2, what are your thoughts on Jack Shore moving up to 145? Yes, our guy Jack Tank Shore announcing on his video blog that he's moving up. He was ranked at 35. Where do you see him stacking up against the 145ers? And then he writes something in Welsh, which I'm going to butcher. Diolch Yin Far. Thank you very much. I tried my best. Like it. I'm curious to see how it goes. He was doing so well at 35, undefeated for so long, said that the weight cuts were affecting him. Those are some big boys at 45. Some very big boys at 45. Don't feel like he has to, reinvent everything. It was just one loss to a really good fighter named Ricky Simone. So I don't feel like he has to, drastically change his career. Usually you do that kind of move when you feel like you have to, but maybe the weight cuts were getting too tough and he wants to feel stronger. He wants to feel healthier on fight night. So let's see how it goes. Curious. Hard to say that I love it or hate it without seeing it in action. We'll have a better sense once he makes the move. Gabe. Shalom, Ariel. First time questionnaire. Your charm and suave finally convinced me to send in a question. Wow, how about that? I seem to have noticed that some fighters are quickly forgiven for cheating by the MMA community, while others are never able to live it down. Frankly, I think anyone who cheats their entire... I think anyone after who cheats... I think anyone who cheats their entire purse should be taken away and given to the other fighter. Brock Lesnar walking away with millions from the Mark Hunt fight while having used steroids and overtly denying it is one of the best examples. I also think anyone after John Jones who cheats should be disqualified from the UFC Hall of Fame or any other MMA awards. What are your thoughts on this phenomenon? I mean, yes, I think it depends on how they are viewed. I think for the most part, MMA has been quite lenient towards steroid users, and we're quick to move past it, unlike in baseball, where even if you were never caught, you are branded as a cheater for life based on suspicion alone and can't get into the Hall of Fame. Now, we can't compare the UFC Hall of Fame to the Baseball Hall of Fame because the restrictions are, I mean, like the requirements, I should say, to get in are incredibly different. I mean, there's an actual committee, there's a voting process. The UFC Hall of Fame is just like one guy deciding, or two. It's totally different. Again, the UFC Hall of Fame is more like, you know, the retired jerseys for an NBA or NFL team, or the Wall of Fame, whatever you want to say. But yeah, no, we are pretty lenient, and some of the greatest fighters of all time have tested positive, and over time it's just sort of forgotten about. Anderson Silva, John Jones, Brock Lesnar. You can almost come up with like 2 greatest of all time lists. And, you know, I don't know why that is. I think the more popular fighters will be excused quicker than the less popular fighters. It's just a thing. So I don't know about the entire purse. I'm not against it. I don't know who would ever agree to that stipulation, but like we spoke about earlier, the fighters don't really have much of a say in anything. So if the UFC wanted to make that a rule, I'm sure a lot of people would think twice. So it ain't the worst idea. And the Hall of Fame, again, MMA Hall of Fame, it's hard. You know, it's like TJ. Does everything before he tested positive just get thrown out? Is that fair? I don't know if that's fair. But then you could say, like, how do you know when he started? Who knows? Honestly, Baseball Hall of Fame, like, I think Barry Bonds should be in the Baseball Hall of Fame. It's part of the history of the game. He broke records. Barry Bonds should be in the Baseball Hall of Fame. I think Roger Clemens. Some of these guys weren't good dudes, but, like, you can't deny their place in history. So I don't agree with keeping them out of the Hall of Fame. But it's important to talk about it and to remember it and not just brush it, you know, to the side. Last one, Jason B. Happy On the Nose Day, Ariel. Not gonna lie, On the Nose is probably one of the greatest media segments in the biz right now. Wow, probably, huh? All right. Means we have to work a little harder. It seems so simple, but nobody else is doing this in other sports media platforms, and I'm grateful you continue to be a man of the people and haven't gone big time on your listeners, so thank you. No one else is doing this? I mean, I'm just answering questions. I feel like other people are doing this, but I'll take the compliment. 2 quick questions. Maybe I'm just a mark here, but I can't remember a card that I was more excited about in the last 3 years than 280. That's ridiculous. You're just living in the moment. I can guarantee you've been as excited. Like, let's not get crazy here, guys. People are talking about this card like it's UFC 200. It's great. And don't make me crap on it, but let's not get crazy here, guys. It's great. But there have been cards I can assure you that you've been as excited for, if not more. When was the last time you've been this excited for a UFC card? I don't know. When Francis fought Cyril Gane in January. I don't know. What do you want me to say? It's a great card. Why do we always have to compare it? You know? It's great. But it's a little top heavy. Is that a bad thing to say? Is it not top heavy? Again, it's going to sound like I'm crapping on it. It's a great card, and it's nice to see some depth. 5 amazing fights, 6 if you count the flyweight fight Love it. Second question, all respect to Volk for wanting to attack the double champ status. He certainly has the resume to call a shot. However, what does this do to the rest of the lightweight division contenders? If Beneil wins, that's 8 in a row for him. Does he face the winner of Chandler Poirier to solidify the next challenger? Would love to hear your thoughts. Thanks again for all that you do for combat sports. So here's the thing. If Charles wins, there aren't a lot of guys left. He's fought a lot of them, so I don't hate it. If Islam wins, yes, there's a backlog. If Beneil wins and Charles wins, yes, Beneil would be bummed. But this has happened before. I don't hate it as much if Charles wins, and I honestly think that Volk has earned the shot. If he's going to go through this trouble, he's earned it. Pound for pound best, featherweight king, fly all the way to Abu Dhabi, you've earned it. If you're going to sit back and just be like, give it to me, all right, we can have a discussion. He's earned it, in my opinion. And again, for the 10th time this week, it gets really interesting. If Charles wins, there's a whole set of circumstances that need to play out. Brazil card January, February Perth. If Islam wins, is he going to go to Perth? If Charles wins, is Volk going to go to Brazil? Do you then just do Charles in Brazil and Alex in Perth? If Islam wins, he's going up. Now Charles is talking about him coming down to 45. A lot needs to play out. And you know what's great about it all? We will have all the answers to all these questions come Monday. Well, really come Saturday night, but we'll be back with you on Monday. So I can't wait for that. And that's a perfect way to end today's show. It's going to be a great Saturday. Don't forget about the watch party right here on the YouTube channel with Connor and Mike Heck and Mysterious Frank Nami. I wasn't invited, but I'll be watching.
Yeah.
It's they'll get invited to the actual watch parties at people's homes, apartments, the football parties, the fighting parties. I mean, it's a bit of a theme. The birthday parties.
Yeah, the one over down the
Don't
street.
get anything. Don't get anything. But it's all good. No hard feelings. I'll be back on Monday, as always, to do the damn thing all over again. And by the way, special week next week. We're going Monday, Tuesday. Like the great Drake once said, we're going back to back. Monday, Tuesday. Yeah. Yeah, check your calendar. Monday, Tuesday. We're going back to back. Monday, Tuesday, 1 p.m. Eastern, 10 a.m. Pacific, 6 p.m. BST for the MAR. So no Wednesday show, but we're still giving you the same two. So don't complain.
So
it's
no
just
Wednesday.
Monday. No Wednesday. Monday, Tuesday.
Got it.
We're going to Phoenix after that. We're going to your neck of the woods. Any good food wrecks you can pass by?
Yeah, actually.
Appreciate it. Thank you. Whole mishpach is coming. The whole family.
That's really cool.
Yeah.
Are
It's gonna
you
be
staying
great.
by the arena or?
Close-ish. We could talk offline about this, all right?
All right.
Yeah, it's going to be a big week. We'll talk all about it. For now, though, we're out of time. It's been a great week here on the program. I saw AEW go Tuesday yesterday, and
Each new Trading 212 account gets free shares worth up to €100. Hurry up, the offer expires soon. Get the Trading 212 app now.
Cu fiecare fruct și fiecare legumă, aducem prospețimea mai aproape de tine. La piața Lidl.
And now, weighing in out of the blue corner.
Hashtag and new. And
still,
new.
you're exactly right.
We are the
But it will be
podcast
and new.
and still, by the way. But it will be and new. It will be and new. But look,
Either
before
way.
we get into all of this stuff, we are going to be breaking down some old school fights in our Clips channel. There's a description down below. We're going to be talking about Anderson Silva versus Rich Franklin. Do a little throwback fight. That's only available on our Clips channel, which the link is down below in the descriptions. Hit that link. Go to our Clips channel. We're also going to be breaking down Khabib and Conor, because there will be some similarities between how Islam and Khabib get these takedowns and how they dominate the top position, what I'm going to get into. And, of course, John knows Conor very well, and he will be able to give some insight from inside that cage and what Conor does well. So I'm going to sit here and say we have some great breakdowns for you guys, but only available on our Clips channel. Well, look, this is the moment we've all been waiting for, where Josh Thompson delivers another 10-8 round at Big John's chin.
Oh,
and
there it
again, just like I said before, when it was Islam Makhachev versus Bobby Green. That Bobby Green would not survive the first round, and John
my
was
God,
swore
you're
up
gonna
and
go
down
back
it would
to
be
that.
round 2, round 3, round whatever. Absolutely went my way. Now,
hold it. You picked
wait.
fight right.
I'll go.
Okay, there we go.
No, and I'll go back. I'll go back to the last fight that we just had with, by the way, Long Beach, Bellator. Patricio Pitbull did exactly what I said he would do. He would dispatch, Adam Borics. He would finish. He would get that fight done, and I knew that he would move on. I knew that he would be the champ, and still, John didn't agree with me. So once again,
you lying son of a bitch, man. Look at you now. You're lying.
If you guys don't believe it, go to the Bellator broadcast. You guys can see what John had to say in the Battle of Face-Offs, and I dominated that as well. All right, guys. Look, we're going to have some fun with this show. As you can tell, it's already brewing. John's just licking at the chops. We were talking off screen before this fight started, before this show started, and John wanted to jump through the camera already and strangle me. Thank God he's in Tennessee. If you were a big enough tree, you would just timber right on top of me. But thank goodness, all the way to San Jose. All right. John, how do you want to start this? You said you have stats. You said you've got all these things that you'd like to whip out and try to prove me wrong. Well, good thing, because those don't work anyways when we're talking fight game, right? Am I right? They don't work. The copy strikes, all the other stuff. Don't mean shit.
Look, you are so high on Islam, and I understand. Look, he's a dynamite fighter. But when you're looking at this and you're being logical, you're going off of the fact that you used to work out with him. Okay? And hey, that says a lot, because you have an insight there that is special, it's hands-on. You know how good he is in specific positions. You know how tough he is as far as taking you down and being on top of you and all that stuff. It really comes down to this. He's not Khabib. And I've talked to you about this before. Okay? And the one thing that he's really not Khabib in is up here. And that's the difference when it comes to this, because all the things that have happened, and all the things that, they want to talk about, and all the things that, he's been set up for this, and all that stuff. Hey, he's a great fighter. But this is the first truly great fighter he's taking on. The first truly great. Because you can take a look at the list, and you can go, okay, his last fight is your famous Bobby Green fight. Okay, he took a guy that came in last minute. All right, he got the win. Dan Hooker. I think just a couple podcasts ago you were talking about Dan Hooker hasn't won a fight in so long. Again. Yeah. Okay. So then before that, Thiago Moises, right? Good fighter. Where's he ranked in the top? Where's he ranked?
Yeah.
Where's he ranked in the UFC ranking? Yeah, somewhere maybe 14,
somewhere
13,
there, towards the end.
Somewhere in there.
Yeah, towards the end.
And this is what I'm talking about, Josh. You can go all the way down the one before that. I thought was a great fight. Drew Dober. I really like Drew Dober. I think Drew Dober is a really good fighter. But again, where's Drew Dober ranked?
Yeah, he's not in there. I got you.
This is my
I get
point.
everything you're saying.
So
I'm absorbing all this. Sarukian, same thing. Sarukian, same
Well,
thing.
Sarukian's a good fighter, and that's a good competition for Islam. Wrestling-wise, there was a matchup, and you saw that his wrestling overcame Sarukian, and so you can see that Dagestani style of grappling that he has. But there's a difference when you get to the top echelon. There's a difference in the beast, and there's a difference and it all comes down to something you talk about all the time. It's that confidence. And right now, Islam has confidence. I'm not saying he doesn't, and he should. But when things don't go his way, we're going to see exactly who Islam Makhachev is, because, not everything's going to go his way in this fight. And Charles is a different beast. All the bullshit, and I know it came out, Khabib's talking about, you're not a good grappler, you've tapped out 8 times in the UFC or anything like that. Okay, nice statement, bullshit. Just bullshit. Okay? Is he a good grappler, Josh?
Yeah, he is a good grappler.
All right. And this is my point. He's a different fighter. He's a different fighter at the age of 30 than he was as a young man coming up in the UFC in his 20s. He's different.
Go ahead.
His mindset's different. He's got a different attitude. He actually has a different skill set, and he is going to be a motherfucker on Saturday night.
Well, we have a huge weekend of UFC pay-per-view, and I gotta be honest, guys, and I'm just gonna lay it out straight. My boy Islam's gonna make it look easy. So if you have money to throw down on my brother, I'm telling you guys right now, everybody is thinking that Charles Oliveira is gonna walk right through Islam Makhachev. That ain't gonna happen, ladies and gentlemen. The betting odds were so different that Islam was so favored that now it's starting to equal out in the betting odds. And I'm telling everyone right now, go to mybookie.ag, use our promo code Weighing In, and use some of our brain matter. Between John and I, we're gonna spit some game at you guys. Now maybe John might make some good points today. Maybe he will say all the things that we all expect him to say. Is Charles Oliveira? He's talented. He's talented. He's got great grappling skills. He can box. His confidence is at all-time high. All of those things. But I want to remind people that people in the lightweight division are afraid to fight Islam Makhachev. The reason why Charles is taking this fight is because he has to. He has to. I'm being honest. Lean towards Islam Makhachev. Spend that money at mybookie.ag. Use our promo code WAINE.
Cred că rolul Green Spaces a devenit un important, în special în centrele orașelor. Noi ne ocupăm de întreținerea acestor spații, așa că echipamentele pe care le folosim trebuie să aibă cât mai puțin impact posibil.
Okay, but it's not fair to compare that Charles Oliveira is a different fighter when he was younger than he is now. But then in the earlier, what you were stating is that Islam is not he's not confident, and he is confident now. He's got confidence coming along.
He wasn't confident.
But his mindset is not of like Khabib's. Look, a lot has happened since his one loss.
True.
We don't know that. Look, things can change. You just proved to me. You said because Oliveira's changed that things can change. Islam could be the most confident son of a bitch in that damn cage on Saturday night. You won't know.
I think he's going to be confident. I think he's going to be confident.
His mindset could be just as good.
He's going to be a confident guy. But the difference being is, again, he has not, and this is and I'm not taking anything away from who he is as a fighter. He's phenomenal. But truthfully, and you said a lot of guys have ducked him. Okay, I'll say that's true.
Tons of guys.
I'm not saying you're wrong. I agree with you. I'm not, like I said, I'm saying that's true. But the problem is he hasn't experienced that top 3 level guy, that top 5 level guy. He doesn't have one of them on his record. Not one. And that's the difference.
Is that his fault? Is that his fault?
Not at all. Not saying it is. Not saying it is.
I want to make sure that's clear.
He's
called out Tony. He's called out Chandler.
Oh, yeah.
He's called out RDA when they were all ranked in the top 5, top 3, and they all said fuck no. They all said hell no. They all sidestepped the issue. They all went around. Then when he got ranked high, they're like, hey, they can't keep his name out of their mouth.
Yeah.
That's just the way. I know this is the fight game. That's the way it goes.
That is.
But I'm just being honest. Look, people are trying to avoid him. And I think a lot of people are also afraid because he does have that Khabib effect of like, hey, he comes from Khabib's camp. They're close. He has that style of which people understand. It's going to be one of those fight for my life type styles. I'm going to have to struggle to get up off the bottom. I'll have to struggle over every takedown defense. You know, on the feet, he doesn't get enough credit. He doesn't get enough credit on the feet because he has one loss by knockout from however long ago. Like, Charles got 8 losses. Like, listen, I'm just being honest. Charles got 8 losses. How is one guy who has 1 loss versus the guy who has 8 losses? We want to start comparing losses. This guy's gave up several times. Now, I agree with you. He can be a different fighter at 55 because he had cut so much weight. I think that made him mentally weak. You and I can agree. I think we can agree on that. Am I right?
I agree with you.
I am a huge
personality.
I am a huge fan of Charles Oliveira. So let's get that out of the way right off the bat. I'm a fan of his grappling. I'm a fan of the way he strikes and his stand-up. I'm a fan of the way he takes the center of the ring or the cage and dominates and commands respect. I love how now at 55, he will stand and bang with you and trade with you. I like that. He threatens people going, hey, if I get dropped, come on into my guard. Guys don't do that. Okay, Chandler jumped in for a split seconds and then jumped right out or almost got submitted. That's going to be the difference in this fight. Now, do I think that Islam's going to drop him? I can't tell you that. I don't know. Do I think he has a chance on the feet? I absolutely do think he has a chance on the feet. His southpaw style of stand-up will give Charles a little bit of a problem. The way he strikes will give him a little bit of a problem. Size-wise, Islam is going to be the bigger fighter. Maybe not, they'll probably be equally as height, but I think that size-wise, when they get into that cage, that Islam will be the bigger fighter. He will be the stronger fighter. His dominant position. Now, I agree with you. He is not as good a wrestler as Khabib was, but it's a different style, and I've said this for I don't know how many years. He will very rarely shoot a double leg, especially against Charles, because the guillotine, because of maybe potentially missing the takedown and giving up the back. All of those things, I don't expect him to really shoot with the single leg or the double leg. If he does shoot for the single, it'll be the single to the body lock. He will work his way up quickly, head on the inside, press Charles to the fence, foot sweep, elevate, takedown, whatever it is. But he will end up in some sort of half guard position. He will try to avoid being put in full guard at full cost. There will be no positioning where he will try to end up, where he gets a takedown, he tries to end up in guard. He's got to be very careful, though, because we saw, I think it was with Drew Dober. Was it Drew Dober with the guillotine? I think I had said Sarukian a long time ago. I think in Drew Dober almost caught him in a guillotine, and Islam had to roll out, kind of get to the top position. I believe it was Drew Dober. Very tight on the guillotine. That type of guillotine and that chance, I think there's a good chance that Charles finishes that. There's probably a really good chance. I think there's a lot has happened, though, in the quality of the guys that he's had to fight since then. And I'm not saying they're all world beaters. He just can't seem to fight those guys because the top 5, top 7, they didn't want to fight him. And the ones that did, he did what he was supposed to do. He got rid of them. I'm getting sick of reading about the fact that people think that he's a boring fighter. He's a dominant fighter.
No. Anybody that says he's boring, yes. He's a dominant fighter, and he's a fantastic fighter. My whole thing with this is people saying, and look, it's gamesmanship. I totally understand. But when his camp is coming out saying it's going to be 1 round, you look and you go,
Charles's.
No.
Charles camp or Islam camp?
Both of them.
Oh.
Both of them now.
No.
Both of them now.
I don't think so.
And you look and you go, get real. This is the toughest fight of his career. By far.
I want to remind you of this, though. Just because Khabib is retired, he still does train all the time, okay? They've also had Abu Bakr in there, who's a 175-pounder who can wrestle and do well. You've also got Zuba, who's in there, who's a 145-pounder, who's extremely fast, good wrestling, good sambo, good throws, all those things. That's been one of his main training partners for this fight as well. There's other guys that they have brought in that are all there. Now, he's also, I want to remind that we're talking about the length of when you travel. Charles came in a couple days ago, and all I've seen from Charles on social media is walking lions, playing with tigers, hanging out, sightseeing, which is fine. I understand. Islam's been there since June. He hasn't left. His whole camp has been there. He has not been straight away. The dinners, he's training, back to the hotel. I think there could be a level of distraction in this fight, and I know this happens all the time. Fighters get somewhere, they go and they sightsee, they do this. I think as the champion, as we all know, when you're the champion, there's a lot more responsibility on you
Hold
to
it,
socialize.
he's not champion. You already told me he wasn't champion.
You understand what I'm saying. Okay,
Yes,
he's
I
not
do.
the champion. We know that. But you understand what I'm saying. As someone
Yeah.
who is considered to be the champion, okay? And I said this last show. I said, look, or not the show, but the show before. Is that the champion has a name? It's Charles Oliveira. If you want to say he's the champ, I can get behind that. He deserves. He's respected enough. He's done enough. I think he deserves to be called the champion. But when they both step in there, no one's the champion. It's
That's
a vacant title, and that they're both fighting for. That's what's going on. Islam has not strayed away from any of that. These type of things, it comes down to that one little bit of focus. Are you focused? Are you more distracted with looking the part, socializing? The UFC's probably got him running around meeting a ton of sheiks, hanging out, having dinners, or not dinners, but meeting and greeting and doing stuff to help set up their future in Dubai or Yaz Island or wherever else they want to try to go to in Saudi Arabia. They have Charles out there meeting everybody they possibly can to try to make sure that their future endeavors work out.
Yeah,
that's
but-
the nature of being the guy that is considered to be
Absolutely
the
it
champ.
is. But let's be honest, okay? You're a smart guy, and you know how to handle these things.
Say that
And
again,
you
John,
have-
one more time. Say
You're a
that
smart
again, John.
guy.
Well,
You
thank
know how
you.
to handle these things, and you have people around you that say, we will allow Charles to be free from this time to this time.
Yeah.
And that's when he does those things. And from that, and I don't care how many pictures are taken of him in those time periods, that doesn't mean that he's not focused on what he's doing and why he's
Yeah.
there. And look, you got to be honest about this. This is a hometown fight for one guy. Let's be
Yeah.
real. Okay, this is Islam Makhachev's hometown. All right, his brother there basically owns that place with the people that are behind him. Am I
Yes.
saying something that's not true?
You're saying exactly the truth.
Okay,
No one has
so-
been as dominant in terms of relationship building there in that area as Khabib.
See, there's only one guy that's even close, and that's Henzo Gracie.
Yeah.
Okay, let's just be honest.
And
You
they're
know,
good
so-
friends, by the way.
Exactly. And
They're
so,
good friends.
you know, you look and you go, hey, I understand this fight, no matter what anyone wants to say, it's a 50-50. And that's what's so good about it. It is that Islam could walk away as the new lightweight champion of the world for the UFC. But it's just as possible that Charles walks away now as the two-time lightweight champion, getting the belt back from it being stripped and stuff. This is a matchup, and the real difference, and I've heard so many people talking about, Charles has quit before. I don't give a fuck what you did before. Once you have the mindset, I will not stop. I will not give in. I will not, be in a position where I have to quit. No. It's all mindset, Josh. And you know what? You can have that mindset or you don't have it. And at one point, I don't think he had it. But he does now. And he's proved it in his last couple of fights.
See, John, look, I agree, but I agree with this. He didn't have it before. And maybe it is something you can get, which, look, over time, I get it, you can get it. I don't know, though, John. He hasn't been, sure, he's been dropped by every fighter he's fought. In Chandler, in Justin, and Dustin. He's been dropped by all three of them.
That's right.
And he's got up off the canvas. But I said, the reason why he was able to get up off the canvas is none of them just jumped into his guard because he's so dangerous.
And that is just not true because Michael Chandler did. This is a fallacy that I've heard Chael Sonnen saying and everyone saying. You go and look at the end of that fucking first round when Michael Chandler hurts Charles Oliveira and Oliveira goes down. And if you're telling me that Michael Chandler did not jump on top of him and start going after him, then I watched a different fight. Did he not? Did he not end up in his guard?
Oh, he jumped in. What happened at the end of that round?
Ground and pounding at the end of the round. Now, at the beginning of the round, he was in trouble with Charles. But at the end of the round, he jumped down on him. So that's bullshit that, no one wants to jump down into his guard. It was done. Michael Chandler did it. Michael Chandler doesn't think that anybody can submit. And he may,
he hasn't been submitted yet.
Exactly. And so you look and you go, hey, there's these things out there where you look at guys and you go, you've changed. How many times have you seen it? You go, he's a different fucking beast right now. I don't know what it is that changed him, but he has changed. Charles Oliveira changed. You could see it from his fight with Kevin Lee into Tony Ferguson and all those fights after. He has been a different animal.
Are you going to say that all these guys that he's fought are as talented or as good as I'm gonna be honest. Like none of those guys he fought.
Hold on. I'm gonna tell you that he's
good.
Fought. Look, you cannot sit there and tell me right now that Islam Makhachev is a better fighter overall than Dustin Poirier. Is he as good a fighter? Yes, he's as good a fighter. Is he better?
Yeah, absolutely.
Well, I'll tell you what. Dustin Poirier will tell you about fighting Khabib. He'll tell he almost submitted Khabib too.
Different style of wrestling, like I said.
Okay,
I said that different style of wrestling.
And so you take a look, and I'm not. Look, Islam is where he belongs. He is up in the top 5 of the lightweights. He's phenomenal. But to sit there and say that he has fought as good a competition as Charles Oliveira, you're lying.
Oh, no. I didn't
Just
say
lying.
that. I didn't say that. That's not what I said. I said I was asking you, do you think that Islam Makhachev is not better than Dustin?
I already said
Justin, Tony.
these guys are fighting each other. These are the two best guys, and it's going to show. But neither guy is going to walk away from the other.
I look at the way that this fight will have to go down. If I look at how Islam beats Dustin, if I look at how Islam beats Justin, if I look at how Islam beats Tony Ferguson, I think that he presents dangers that none of those guys possess.
Okay,
none of them.
So then let me ask you this.
None of them.
Let me ask you this. Stand up. Who's got better stand up?
Then who? Each other? These two?
Yes, these two.
I would say I would give maybe Charles a little bit of the nod.
Okay. He
A
gets
little bit
the
of
nod. Okay? Who's the better submission guy?
Islam.
Oh, you're so fucking full of shit. How
No.
can you say that Islam is the better submission guy when he doesn't even have half the fucking submission victories that guy has in the fucking UFC?
Doesn't
Come
matter.
on,
I'm
dude.
telling you right now.
Please.
I'm telling you right now, he's better.
Please.
He's better. And we're gonna find out. I honestly believe he's gonna submit Charles. We've seen Charles get submitted by people that aren't anywhere near as good as Islam. So I know you're saying it at 45. Look, getting caught in transition, it happens. And that's
Sure
what my
does.
point is. Islam is the better grappler. People are
Islam is the better
underestimating the fact.
wrestler.
He's
Islam
the better
is the better
wrestler.
wrestler.
He is a better.
He is
Look,
not
if
the
you
better
wanna say
submission specialist.
Stylistically, whatever position it is, he will dominate that position. That's my point. Is that he will dominate whether it's the top, whether he gets to the back, whether it's side control, whether it's half guard. He will dominate those positions. That's the better grappler. That's not just wrestling. That's
I didn't
grappling.
say grappler. I said submission specialist.
Submission. I think there's a good chance. I would say if I'm going to lean towards submission, if I had to say who's going to submit who, I'm going to say that Islam's going to submit Charles.
Okay.
People are thinking, I get it. Look, I understand. Charles has what? The most submissions in the UFC, correct?
Yes.
I think he's up there. I think he's number 1, number 2.
He's number
I think
one.
he's got the most. Okay, so he's number 1. I agree. I think he is, and I gave him a ton of respect and love earlier on this show. I think he's a great grappler. I don't care what Habib says. I don't care what anybody else says. He is a great grappler. Hands down, great grappler. I just think stylistically, we have seen him get caught in transition. We've seen him get knee barred. We've seen him get other things, in submission. He's been tapped. And I think in this case, Islam Makhachev poses the threat in all of those areas. Ankle locks, he poses a threat. Knee bars poses a threat. Arm bars poses a threat. Kimuras for sure poses a threat. Our side chokes absolutely poses a threat. The submission game is there all day long.
I'm not saying he doesn't have a submission game, but for you to sit here and tell me that the guy that's not even in the top 7
We're
of the
talking
UFC
stats again. That doesn't
as
make a
far as
fight.
submissions is better than the guy that's number 1.
Talking
Number
stats
1.
doesn't make a fight. Doesn't make a fight.
Didn't say it makes a fight.
It just
But
doesn't.
it says something about your prior fights. It says something that, you know what? One guy has proven that he's been better than every other fighter that has ever fought under that promotion. Every other one.
That's fine.
Everyone.
I understand what you're saying. He's also fought a lot more than Islam because anyone at some point in time was willing to fight him. Because he wasn't considered to be that good. That's why Islam has never not been considered to be that good. Guys are just taking the fight as a building block. No one's ever took a fight against Islam as a building block to get to the title. They just were like, I'm being forced to do this. Everyone was like, I'll fight Charles. Sure, he's a guy that I know I can beat. No one is lining up going, you know what? Give me Islam because I want that. That's an easy fight for me. No one. So when you're talking about those type of stats, I can't line up submissions when people don't want to fight you.
And so
I
this
can't
is
get to
my
the
whole
top
point.
5
This is my whole
because
point
nobody
right
wants
here.
to fight me.
This is the whole point. That's why this is such a fucking great.
It is. It is.
And that's why you gotta love it because either guy can.
jump through this thing and strangle you.
I just know we can go on all day long about this. Well, let's go to Islam Makhachev versus Charles Oliveira, and we're going to weigh in on the odds of this fight because I think we're going to be different. Islam Makhachev is the favorite at minus 188 compared to a plus 146 for Charles Oliveira. You would take Islam Makhachev.
Actually, I mean, honestly, I don't bet on my friends.
No,
That's
you don't.
the thing, John. I don't mess with it. I don't bet on
you're not
them.
going to bet on it. I know you're not.
Yeah. Yeah.
But if you had a friend, who would you tell him to bet on? Islam?
I would tell him to bet on. I tell him to bet on Islam, and I would probably tell him to bet on him by submission. That's
And then
what I
we
would tell
have
him to
it
do.
at 2.5 rounds. It's a plus 130 for the over, and under is a minus 166.
I would take the over.
So would I.
I would take the over. Yeah, I would take the over. At 130, I would take the over. I think
Especially at plus
I'm just gonna. I don't think this. Look, this is the way I see this fight coming out, you guys. Is I think Islam's gonna work his way into that clinch right away. Okay, he's gonna press him to the fence. He's gonna try to keep him pressed to the fence. He's gonna try to get to a body lock, lift the leg, single leg for a foot sweep. He's gonna try to get to the body lock, pull away from the fence, get to the side control position, and just hang on him. Wear on him. It's going to be a boring. Look, if Islam's going to win this fight, he's going to have to slow Charles down and potentially make it a very boring fight. And I know we just said, I just said earlier that people were talking about how boring
He's not
he
a boring
is.
fighter.
He's not a boring fighter.
You just
But
said
look,
he's going to
when
be a
you're
boring
dealing
fighter to win.
when he's going to have to be kind of boring in those early rounds, I believe, to slow Charles's attacks down in terms of the grappling. He's going to have to make sure he keeps his head in the right position. He's going to have to be very technical with Charles. I said this repeatedly, I don't know how many times, over the last couple months since this fight was announced. This will hands down be the toughest fight that Islam has ever fought. But I would be honest, he is going to make it a dogfight on that top position in the wrestling against Charles. Charles has not felt, and I know he's grappled with a lot of the best guys in the world, he has not felt this type of pressure. That type of wrestling, that type of Dagestani style of pressure on that top pressure, pushing you into the directions they want you to go, making you give the side choke, making you give the back, just hanging on you, gritting on you. I know that Charles is good. He's mobile on the ground. He's dangerous in all these places. But if I was to bet on Islam Makhachev, I bet him to win, and I bet him on the submission. Want to give up. Very much how Khabib did. Very much how he did it. That's the way I look at it. If I'm going to take that bet.
If you're right as far as him getting to that body lock in the beginning, that body lock and that first time that he gets it is incredibly important to him and to his psyche. Because if he doesn't get that takedown from that position and he gets put into a position where he just breaks off or he eats shots off of it, that's going to be the start of, oh, this is a little bit different. And we'll see how his psyche goes, because if he ends up where he's unable in just the first round to get the takedown on Charles Oliveira, I'm saying that his psyche is going to be, he's going to start to fall off. And that problem, because he finally found someone that's different than anybody else.
That's the Look, when we talked about the mindset, that's the thing that Khabib did not give a shit about. I don't get it. I don't care. I'm going to get it.
That's exactly the difference.
But the difference is, for me in that scenario, is I haven't not seen him be able to work his way to a top position. If he's missed it, he's reshot. If he's missed it, he's came back out and worked his way back in. I've seen him do it countless times over and over, not just in the gym, but in fights as well. He's dangerous everywhere. He has a different style of takedowns. This will be he will threaten in every position when he gets onto the feet. Like I said, I've seen him just hike legs up super high because he's normally the taller fighter. I've seen him be able to get foot sweeps. He is tricky with his inside trips. He's tricky with his foot sweeps. He's tricky everywhere in that Sambo style of takedowns. He does not leave his head generally in the wrong position. And so for his ability to be getting caught with takedown or getting caught with guillotines. I look at him, John, obviously I want him to win, and I care for him a lot. I think that his whole life has come to this point. They understood the game plan for him, and I know that we've probably heard this over it. The whole thing was Khabib first, get the title, do whatever it is, and then vacate because Khabib didn't want to do this forever.
30
yeah,
and
30
and
or
then
29,
vacate.
30.
több semmi nem számít. Egyáltalán. Egyáltalán. tökéletlen, hogy hoztak volna, hogy esőkívül biztosítasz, akkor azon ő intézkedik, amikor nyáron mondtam, hogy a házra lejárni, meg működik, a halni, majd amikor visszajött a nem történt semmi, csak nem volt neki olyan lényeg is. Jó, persze, a programot figyelmeztetni is, kérdezi is, írja az e-mailt, meg mindent. Ső, ha nem hosszabbítsa meg a biztosítást, ami a rendszerben benne van, és a rendszer figyelmezteti, és azt nem hosszabbítsa meg, ő azért a lebaszás megkapja. Nem úgy, ilyen megkapja, csak hogy akkor kijön a statisztikában, akkor megkapja.
I'm so scared.
You know, and then Islam was working his way up and making his title run as well, and then moving on maybe to welterweight. He is a big guy. He's a strong guy. I've had countless guys talk to me about how good he is in terms of his grappling. I've grappled him. Obviously, he's phenomenal. I just don't want people to think that this is going to be just a grappling match. He will stand. His striking, people don't give him enough credit for his striking because he's such a dominant wrestler. People didn't give Khabib credit for his striking either. But then he dropped Conor McGregor. I got in I got in arguments with Shab on his show about how Conor was going to piece Khabib up on the feet. And,
wow.
And I was like, hey, dude, this is different. When you're fighting someone who you know wants to take you down, your hands are not as effective. Your kicks are not as effective. Charles, I think he maybe with the Chandler fight, I think he thought that Chandler would maybe try to take him down. But with Dustin and with Justin, and there was no threat of takedowns.
No.
They didn't like that threat's not there. This fight will be different because Charles will know that Islam will get that takedown, or Islam will look for that takedown. He will look for it countless times, not just in transition. He'll strike, he'll come back out, he'll strike again, and then he'll try to enter in. He will try to set it up in ways that Charles, I don't think, has seen. Everyone called me a fool because, Khabib, Justin Gaethje was D2 wrestler or whatever it was, D1 wrestler. He could wrestle this. I said, look, this style of wrestling is not like folk style wrestling in college. It's not the same. It's not the same thing. And this is the similarities of this is very similar. Charles probably been working with some good wrestlers, but it's not the same style of wrestling. You've got to bring in somebody who has a style.
I believe his coach did actually live in Dagestan for a while and wrestled in Dagestan as far as part of his amateur career. Got himself over there and wrestled with those guys. So I think he's got a little bit of an idea. But as you're saying, until you have actually felt it, it's different. It's different.
Yeah. I mean, look at what Dustin said. Dustin said that about Khabib. And a lot of people that have fought Islam, because he's still fighting, they're like, oh, like they don't give Islam the same amount of credit. But he's also had to fight guys like Saryukian, who are just really good wrestlers.
He is a really good wrestler.
Yep. And Moises, he's no slouch either in terms of his wrestling and his jiu-jitsu. He's a good fighter as well. Those guys don't get enough credit because they've had to fight tough fighters along the way because they're the guys that they're looking to do what Islam's doing. People avoid guys like Saryukian, Gamrot. They don't take those fights. That's why it's so impressive to see what Dariush is doing. He's on this card also. It's impressive to see like Dariush going, look, I have a lot to lose. Sure, I'll take that guy. Phenomenal wrestler, fucking dog. He's going to bring the fight. I'll take that fight. It's rare that you see fighters do that when they're ranked high. And that's why those guys in that top 5 continue to stay where they're at, because they don't fight the guys that are coming up. They fight the guys that are there, so they don't ever really drop further.
Yeah.
I just look at it. I respect Charles. I respect him as an athlete. I actually love the way he carries himself as a champion. He is someone that if I was to say, hey, if I wanted my son or my kids or people that are my friends' kids to look up to, Charles would be a very ideal type person as a champion to look up to. Same thing, I feel the same exact way about Islam. Either way, for me, this is a win-win. Obviously, I want to lean towards Islam because he's my man. But I'm saying, like, Charles and Islam both are respectable champions. They're both great people. They carry themselves like champions. They are phenomenal people for you guys to support and watch.
Yeah, I agree.
Yeah.
All right, let's get on to the co-main of this incredible card, which is Aljamain Sterling, the champion, going up against an ex-champion, 2-time ex now, because he had to basically walk away from his title based upon a PED flag by USADA, TJ Dillashaw, who is a just unbelievable athlete, wrestler, great with his striking now. Dwayne Ludwig trained. This matchup is just as good as the Oliveira versus Islam fight. Incredible matchup for the title. How are you looking at it? Go ahead. I'm giving you your go.
I'm a big fan of I like TJ. I like the way his style is. It's a different style than Dominic Cruz. It is kind of bitten off a little bit from Dominic's. I think Dwayne's done a great job of the switch stance, the kickboxing, the way he mixes up the hands, the wrestling, the foot sweeps, all of those things. I think they've done a great job of building that together and going out there and showing it and putting it on display. And I know Aljo fucking can't stand me now after all the acting bullshit. But I'm going to be honest, man. Aljo being active, Aljo coming in lean, like you saw a picture of him just looking ripped and shredded.
Yep.
Athletically, I think he will be able to get to this fight to the ground. Not a lot of people really try to take TJ down, and when they do, TJ's got good takedown defense. But I think Aljo has the speed advantage when it comes to the takedown, the shot, the way he does it. That transition, we see a little bit of that like same type of transition in Apache Mix.
Yes.
The way that they shoot, the way they get to the legs, the way that they grapevine it right to the back. Aljo has a very similar style, or both of them are very similar in how they do that. I look at what Aljo can do really well, but can he do that for 5 rounds? That's one. 2 is I think he did a great job against Peter Yan, but Peter Yan is not also trying to take you down. I think TJ will try to get a takedown here and there. I think TJ on top could be a problem for Aljo. I think Aljo's a fantastic grappler. I'm not in any way discrediting him at all. I think especially if he's a top position grappler, he will force you and make you move the positions of him taking the back, him getting to the mount, him dominating that top position. He's a fantastic grappler. He's extremely talented. He's I think he's got everything right now is confidence. And fighting is what, John? It's confidence. If you have it, that will carry you a long. Exactly. That will carry you a long way. TJ, since his return from suspension, we haven't seen enough of him yet. I wasn't thoroughly impressed with his performance over Corey Sandhagen. A lot of people thought he lost that fight. It was a toss-up to me. I was like, give it to whoever you want. Okay, it was a toss-up to me. Realistically, I mean, I'm being honest, guys. Like, I don't.
It was a close fight.
I don't look at fights.
I had Corey Sandhagen winning.
Yeah, I don't look at fights and go, "Damn, that guy should have won." Except for when they're my friends. The rest of them, I'm like, I don't really care. Like, look, these guys, if they're good enough, they're gonna make their way back, and if they weren't good enough, then they're not. And that's how the fight game works.
Yeah.
I looked at that fight, and TJ looked good with a hurt knee, which he's coming back now from that injury after that long 2-year layoff or whatever it was.
2-year layoff before the Sandhagen fight. Now another year since it.
And getting older. Injuries, getting older. This is his chance. This is his chance to get back and let everyone know that he was going to be champion without PEDs. Just the time frame, John, the timing, the activity, and nothing against TJ, man. If I'm looking at this fight, I'm going, Aljamain Sterling has been active. He poses threats that TJ hasn't fought in a long time. Fighting someone like Corey Sandhagen, who was mainly no knock on him, a one-dimensional fighter. He's mainly on the feet. He's good off his back. He's got the takedown defense, all those things. But he wasn't going to go out there and try and take TJ down. Well, Aljo's going to try to take him down. Aljo's going to try to control that top position. Aljo will stand. Like, all of those things. TJ's tricky on the feet, so that poses a threat. We've seen Aljo get clipped, on his entrance and get knocked out. These things can happen. This is the fight game. But if I'm going to pick somebody and I'm going to look at this, John, I'm going to look more towards Aljamain Sterling and Aljo and say, hey, the activity itself is going to, I think, get him through a 5-round fight against TJ Dillashaw. And he's going to pose threats that TJ hasn't had to fight in a long time. It's been almost 4 years now. Since he's really had to fight anyone that was willing or aggressively trying to take him down and push that will and force his ability on him. And we're gonna see how that leaves TJ.
I totally agree with you. I look at this and I said, the fact that TJ has had one fight in the last 3 years, that's not good. Okay? Now, if you're Dominic Cruz, you can sit there and say there is no such thing as ring rust. It's all in your mind. Well, there is a thing about aging, and as you get older and you start to lose just a little bit of speed comparative to what you were when you were just a year younger. Those differences come out in big fights when you're fighting the very best. And right now, Aljamain is the very best. Aljamain is very fast. Now, if this fight is going to go Aljamain's way, he's got, in my opinion, to get the fight to the ground multiple times. He's got to make TJ work. In the stand-up, TJ is going to make Aljamain work. Aljamain's going to be at a deficit as far as he's not going to be as comfortable as TJ. TJ is going to feel more comfortable on the feet than Aljamain is feeling. Not that Aljamain can't be on the feet with him, but with all of the switching of stances and everything that TJ creates with his odd angles that he takes, those angles that create openings for him, those are going to make Aljamain have to be really tense during those times looking for that takedown. I think the takedown will be there because of all those switches in the stance and that movement that TJ sometimes takes. Sometimes it puts him in a position where he's open for the takedown, and when you got a guy that's looking for it, like Aljamain, that opportunity is there. He takes it. TJ's going to end up with his butt on the mat. It's just going to be the way it is. That's what MMA is compared to wrestling. So in this, I look at who's more dangerous on the ground. There's no doubt. Okay, TJ is not a submission threat on the ground in any fashion. He's a good wrestler, but he's not the wrestler that he once was. He came into this sport as a wrestler, and his wrestling was very good. He was working on it all the time. Not that he doesn't work on it now, but when you are focusing more towards one area, that area tends to get better while the other one starts to slack off a little bit. And I think that his wrestling has slacked off compared to his striking. So we've got a basic striker versus grappler match. And in this, I look at speed and youth, and that goes to Aljamain Sterling. Right now, Aljamain, I think, is the faster fighter. I think he's the stronger fighter. I think overall, he's a stronger individual right now. I could be wrong in that, but I'm leaning saying, I look at this matchup, I think TJ's a fantastic fighter. I love the guy. Unbelievable skill. He's going to have his hands full in getting rid of Aljamain Sterling.
John, I agree with you. I also want to throw this out there. TJ looked like he started to get tired a little bit in the 4th and 5th round against Corey Sandhagen.
Oh, yes, he was.
He slowed down. The inactivity over 2 years, the getting back in the cage, having a fight like that. It was a very tough fight for him. And I know he took a lot of damage, the big cut, the knee, all of those things played a factor, I know. But will he have, because he is getting a little bit older, the inactivity of fighting at fight pace? That's very important. Don't think that you're going to take 2 years off, come back and fight at fight pace for 5 rounds. Don't think you're going to take another year off after dealing with an injury and come back and fight at 5 rounds at a fight pace against someone who's the champ, someone who just trained, who had a great performance against Peter Yan, was doing really well in the 4th and 5th round. He looked fresh. I had criticized his conditioning and cardio. Sometimes he slowed down in those later rounds.
Proved them all wrong.
But yet he proved me wrong. Proved us all wrong. But it really came down to the fact that I look at that. If he's made those little bit of tweaks and he can go hard like that or slow TJ down enough by holding the back for so long with that figure 4 sucking the wind out of him, slowing TJ down by the 4th and 5th round, I think on the feet it'll be easier to get takedowns, easier to dominate position, easier to work for the submission.
Yep. So let's take a look at weighing in on the odds real quick. When we look at the TJ Dillashaw versus Aljamain Sterling, Aljamain Sterling is a minus 181. TJ Dillashaw coming in at a plus 140. Gotta say, I think the odds makers have it right here.
Yeah, I would go that way as well. But it also says under 4.5 is favored. I can see that too. Sorry, not favored.
Yeah. It's over 4.5 is a minus 200, meaning you've got to go over the 2 minute and 30 second mark of the 5th round for you to actually get that bet, and you're dropping $200 to win 100. I'm telling you, not an easy one. I'd actually think I'd go with the under on 4.5 rounds. TJ could possibly hurt Aljamain on the feet, put him away. Aljamain could definitely get the submission. I would definitely go with a plus 155. I'll take the 4.5 in the end.
Yeah, I'm going to take Aljo. I'm going to bet the 181 on Aljo. Yep. I'm going to go I'll probably put about 500 down to make that, because I think I'm going to go with Aljo on the submission possibly as well. So I'll probably put about 500 down on Aljo. And I don't know if he was to get it, it would probably be sometime around that 3rd, 4th round when I start to see TJ slowing down a little bit. And Dave, can you pull up, how old is TJ? 36, 37?
No,
It might only be 35. 35?
That's right.
Oh, it's 36 already.
36. Yeah, 36.
Coming on 37.
When's his birthday? Coming
February.
up 37 in February. So I think, and Aljo's got to be what, 32? Maybe 33? How old's Aljo?
He's 33.
33.
Just turned 33.
This is still part of that prime. That 34 towards the end of your 30, early 35s is when you start feeling a little bit of difference in the speed, a little bit of, the endurance starts to maybe go, the strength starts to kind of fade just a tiny bit, not much, not losing much at 30.
But you got to admit, you take a look at the picture of TJ that he put out. Dude's ripped. Yeah, looks just like me.
Sam Calavita, he does a great job with his athletes, all of them. You've got David Taylor, you've got Cub Swanson, T.J. Dillashaw, Aaron Pico. I mean, a lot of top level
Archuleta.
talent goes there. Juan Archuleta, a lot of them all go there and work with Sam Calavita. Does a great job. And look, and I'm not trying to take anything away from TJ, man. I'm a fan, despite even some of the stuff that he's done before in the past. But look, I believe that everyone deserves a second chance. You got to give him that 1 second chance. And if he wins the title again, now he's been tested the most, probably one of the most tested athletes right now in the game. You've got to believe that if he does it again, he wins it again. The first ones, with or without cheating, you kind of want to. For me, I kind of want to erase it. I don't want to say that I'm going to put him at the GOAT level and stuff, but I'm going to say, hey, I'm going to give you a little bit of a chance.
Here's the difference. And this is the difference to me. I think Dana White came out and said TJ manned up on it, and he did. He didn't make an excuse. He didn't sit there and say, I didn't do it. He didn't say, well, it was, something else. He said, hey, I was wrong. I did it. And with a guy that says that, I got to give him a second break. I got to say, you know what? Let's see what you can do from this point forward. But look, I think it's a great matchup. Like I said, TJ was the champ. He walked away from the title based upon that positive test. You got to give it to him. Coming back now, he fought a good fight against Sandhagen. It was a tough one. Again, you can't do the MMA math and go, well, Aljamain got rid of Corey. Different fighter, different time, doesn't matter.
Yeah.
But this right now, this is a fantastic matchup. Aljamain Sterling is definitely, as the champion, he's got his hands full in this one. He's taking on the real deal, but he's got the tools to get the job done.
Yeah, completely different style of fighters. You look at Aljamain and Corey Sandhagen. I don't even want to think how one did against the other. All right, next up in line, John, go ahead.
Peter Yan against Sean O'Malley. This is incredibly interesting fight. Just the fact that Sean O'Malley, I want to say, 9 months ago, was sitting there, people were complaining, saying, you don't fight anybody. I'm not going to fight anybody, not until they pay me. Why would I fight Frankie Edgar? Why would I do these things? And now he's fighting Peter Yan. And a lot of people, I think if we pull up the odds, he might be the goddamn favorite in this fight. A lot of people are believing that he's going to beat Peter Yan. So if you take a look at the odds on this thing right now, no, Peter Yan is definitely the favorite in the sportbook mind. So those smart people have got it right. But I love the attitude that Sean O'Malley has brought into this, man. He has been talking, nothing but smack, saying, hey, this is what I've been waiting for. This is going to get me my title shot. I am ready for all of this now that I'm getting paid what I believe I should be getting paid. Good for him, but I tell you what, be careful what you wish for, because Peter Yan is a freaking monster when he steps in that cage.
John, I'm going to go the opposite way of what you're saying.
Go ahead.
For some reason, when this fight was announced, I was like, ooh, this ain't a good fight for you. This is not a good fight. Like, I'm sure you're getting paid for Sean O'Malley.
Okay.
I was like, this is a horrible fight for you. If you picked anybody, this is a horrible fight for you.
I thought you were going with O'Malley. I was all excited.
No, I kind of am, John.
Okay.
I am
Let's go.
I'm saying that back in the day, back when they announced this, I was like, damn, this is a horrible fight. Why'd you take this fight? But then I started looking at Peter Yan a little bit more closely, and I just started saying, look, I don't want to say I'm going with Sean O'Malley. I'm going to give him a lot more credit now as we're getting closer. And maybe John, but as I start talking to fighters, those motherfuckers can skew me real quick. They can start skewing me real quick.
Yeah.
I start believing in you guys more than you guys believe in yourselves. But I look at Sean O'Malley, and who was the kid that he fought with the green hair? Chris something, I think.
Chris Montillo.
Came in on last. Who was it?
No, it's not Torino. It starts with an M. Look it up. It's Montillo.
Manfio. It was like Manfio or something.
Martino, see it right there.
Dave trying to say what he said. No, bro, subtitles, man. Put them up.
Said
okay?
Torino.
I said Torino.
Torino. You said Torino.
Torino. We heard you. Even
2 letters off.
Poor English
2 letters off.
speaking 2 letters off.
That was
I
2
said
letters
2
off.
letters off. You were actually 3. The M, O, and U. That's 3. 1, 2.
Matino, Dorino. What's his name?
You said Tino. You said Tino.
I even pronounced
All right,
the
guys.
H.
Hey,
That's how.
enough of this. Enough of this. I don't want to hear. Dave, let's try to minimize
So
the
anyway,
conversation. People are
His
getting murdered
fight
in the
with
comments.
Chris Montino.
I looked at that fight. The way that Peter Yan fights, and you back at the Sterling fight, you look back, he walks you down almost in a Nick and Nate Diaz style. He slowly walks after you, strikes, slowly walks after you, strikes. Now he's got more power than Montino.
Yes,
He's got better and tighter boxing.
Yes.
He moves his head offline
Much
a
more.
lot better.
Yes.
Much more. All of those things.
Also has
Sean
better
O'Malley-
wrestling and foot sweeps.
Yes, he does. Yes.
Okay.
But do you think that Sean O'Malley's going to try to take him down?
I don't think that
so.
Sean O'Malley is going to try to take Peter Yan
Peter
down,
Yan
but
down. I don't
I
think
do
so.
think that Peter Yan will take Sean O'Malley down.
I can see that. I can see him trying to do that because he's going to need to. Because I think on the feet, the leg kicks will be there. The movement's he's going to have to slow him down. But I think Sean right now has worked so hard on using his lateral movement, so hard on sticking that long jab and that long push kick, and the height of Peter Yan plays right into that. And the way that he just kind of walks after you versus giddying up after you and making you feeling uncomfortable, I think it's going to give Sean O'Malley the time to get his breath, for him to show his youth in this and say, hey, I'm fit, I've got great shape, I can move like this all day long. It's a 3-round fight, I believe.
Yes.
So he's like, hey, I can do this for 3 rounds. I can stick and move for 3 rounds. I can hit you with my jab and pepper you. When I look at Nick and Nate Diaz, right, they're not fast fighters. Peter Yan's not a fast fighter, but he is accurate with his striking. He slips off line. He's a great counterer. He can throw big shots to the body, but he's going to have to find Sean O'Malley in that reach difference. Can you pull up what the reach difference is there, Dave? Sean O'Malley's a lot longer with the kicks, a lot longer with the boxing. If he can stick and move for 3 rounds, which I think he can, he's proven that he can do it. Can he do it at this high level? Now, can he avoid the takedowns? Now, I also look at the style of the ground. Sean O'Malley's not a slouch off of his back. He's got good jiu-jitsu.
He's got good jiu-jitsu.
Sean O'Malley.
The bigger hands.
Sorry.
Sean O'Malley's 72.
Yeah, Peter Yan is 67.
5 inch.
Do the math. I was like, do the math. So, what I'm talking about is the bigger hands. Sean O'Malley will probably have the bigger hands, the bigger grip around the wrist control. The striking won't be as effective in the ground and pound. The ability to set up the triangles, the ability to hit the sweeps, the ability to put his feet on the hips and kick him back, get back to his feet. I'm going to give Sean O'Malley a lot more credit than people are giving him right now. If I'm going to make this, and we'll talk about the odds here in a second, but if I was to, we were talking, Peter Yan is probably extremely favored at plus 290, almost 300. I'm probably going to go with Sean O'Malley. Not much, though. $50, $75, $100. Put it down on Sean. I think Sean's got a good chance to steal this fight in a 3-round fight.
I'm going to agree with you in some and disagree with you in others. Where I agree with you is the length of Sean O'Malley is an absolute asset and something that he needs to utilize in this fight. The fact that you think that he's faster than Peter Yan, there is no flipping way that Sean O'Malley is faster than Peter Yan, and that's going to be one of the things that gives him problems. Peter Yan, when Peter goes in spurts and he explodes, and all of a sudden he's got this burst. He'll sit there and he won't do anything, and all of a sudden it's a burst where he explodes. Incredibly fast hands, and he goes to the body well. And no matter what, when you're as tall as O'Malley is, and you have, that long frame, it's an advantage in a ton of ways, but it can be a disadvantage when a guy gets inside of it. And Peter Yan is very good at stepping inside of that range and making it now where all those tools that are so nice to have on the outside don't benefit you in that in-tight fighting that Peter Yan wants to get into. And he gets into it with everybody. So I look and say, speed-wise, I think Peter Yan is faster, and I think that's going to be one problematic thing there for Sean. The length absolutely goes to O'Malley, and if he utilizes his footwork right and can keep Peter Yan on that outside, not allow him to slip into that boxing range, because that's where Peter wants to be. And once he slips into that boxing range, now all those front kicks, the teep kicks, things that Sean O'Malley uses, they're gone. It's now down to his hands, and there's no way. I know Sean's got pop, Peter's got pop. They both, they both have that ability to hurt someone in the stand-up with their hands, but Peter has shown a better chin overall than Sean has. Sean has been hurt multiple times. Not that he hasn't worked his way out of it at times. He has, but he's also not worked his way out of it when it happened against Chito Vera. And you can take a look at, you say it was the leg, say it was, the shot. Who knows? Everyone's saying something. He did get hurt. And in that, Peter Yan is going to look at what Chito Vera did, and he's going to go after him the same way.
Yeah, what scares me is the leg kicks because Peter Yan's got good leg kicks.
He
Okay,
does.
and then those leg kicks will play a factor, especially if he starts working on that calf root. If the first thing he does is come out and throw the calf kick, then the game plan is to chop him down, slow his movement down, all of those things, which it should be.
Yeah.
I will actually concede that you are correct. The speed may be the difference in terms of maybe Peter Yan is faster, or if they're the same, they say they're the same.
Okay.
But it's going to take him. He's going to have to be faster to get to Sean O'Malley's chin to cover the distance.
True.
So to counter it. So I maybe got to repreface what I just said. So you look at the whole thing like with Conor. Wasn't the fastest fighter, but it was his ability to slightly make you miss and then counter with accuracy. And that's exactly what Peter Yan does.
Management and accuracy, exactly what you're talking
And so he makes you, if he can make Sean O'Malley miss and slide and cover that distance enough to get in range, to get rid of that reach advantage, and then land the combinations, you're right. Did Sean O'Malley work on knees up the middle, though? Because when you said that once he gets inside the boxing range, that could play a problem as well with the knee up the middle. Look at Corey Sandhagen, the success he's had by using those knees up the middle. Now, I haven't seen Sean use a whole lot of knees, though. I've seen him use them here and there, but never seen him throw that jumping knee. I've never seen him just throw it just casually up the middle on the shorter fighters, which I'm surprised, to be honest. You would think that'd be one of his most key weapons. I really believe that Sean, and the reason why I'm saying this, I'm going to go back to, I believe that Sean, if he does this right, John, has a good chance of sneaking out a win over Peter Yan. If he does it right. Now, look, all the stars are going to have to align. This is a really, really tough fight. He's got to do it right. But I got to be honest.
And this is where you got to take a look at, Dave, do me a favor. Pull up Sean O'Malley's record, because if you take a look at everybody he's fought and take a look at the list there, Pedro Munoz is a good fighter, but it ended up in a no contest. Okay, but show me the guy other than Marlon Vera. That's the guy you go, man, that dude is the real deal. Thomas Almeida at one time was, but not when Sean O'Malley fought him. He had lost who he was. And you can just take a look and you go, he's not fought that level of competition. He's making a huge step up. And that, as soon as something starts to go wrong, no matter what, in the back of your mind you go, uh-oh, this is different. And as soon as you say it's different, you got problems.
Dana White came out and said this is Sean O'Malley's opportunity to beat Conor Jose Aldo. He looks at it like that. Like, in terms of like this, if you want to try to become a star and you go out and do it what Conor did to Jose Aldo, this is that level of potential for you to put yourself in the star power. Do you agree with that, or? Yeah, you do.
I will say that if he does that, if he goes out and he starches Peter Yan, it's just as big as what Conor did with Aldo. And it's actually, you got to figure, Conor had fought good talent. He fought guys like Chad Mendez. He had fought some good talent up to that point, and he was the interim champion while Aldo was the undisputed champion, we'll say. But it's huge if Sean O'Malley, goes out there and puts Peter Yan away. Huge statement.
Yeah, I don't think he's going to put him away. It would be huge. I agree with you on that.
Look, I'm a huge Sean O'Malley fan. I love watching the guy fight. There just comes a point at 15-1, 19 professional fights. He's a good fighter, but he has not fought the level of competition that puts him in a position where he has been there, done that with a guy like Peter Yan. It's a tough one.
Yeah. No, I agree. This is a huge step up in competition. This isn't like just going up 3 or 4 guys that are in the rankings. You went from being ranked number 12 or 13 to number 2.
Giant.
I mean, that's a huge jump. Huge jump. So, I mean, it says a lot about his confidence. It says a lot about what he believes in himself. It says a lot, too, of what the UFC's thinking with him.
It really does. So weighing in on the odds, when we're talking about mybookie.ag, Sean O'Malley comes in at a plus 219. I hate when they do that. Make it a goddamn rounded number. 220 is what it should be. It's Peter Yan, who's a minus 294. The odds say that the over 2.5 rounds is a minus 204. The under 2.5 is a plus 158. Not sure that anyone's going to get rid of anybody in this fight, but I'm telling you right now, it's hard for me not to go with Peter Yan in this fight.
Yeah. I'm gonna go with Sean, man. I'm gonna go with Sean. Just the numbers. I'm not saying that Sean's gonna win, but I'm saying at plus 219, I'll go ahead and spend $25, $50. And see what happens. Even if it's 12, even if it's 10, $15, I'll give you a number like 13, John. Even if it's $13, I'll spend $13. It's something like that. I mean, like, these are those fights that, what if? You don't want to leave that stuff to what if. And which is crazy because the odds that I put down, I put $1,000 down on Chris Weidman back when he fought Anderson Silva the very first time. And I walked away with $19,000. It was a very nice trip for me. And so, but I was like, hey, fuck it. Let's give it a try. I was hanging around with Rockhold, who was fucking gambling like a madman. And I had a couple cocktails, and he had bet, some money here and some money there.
Oh, God knows if you have cocktails, what you'll do in gambling. I've been there.
Yes. No, and it just so happened I continue to keep winning when I drink and gamble. so I was, so that was a great experience. I'm looking at this. I don't want to live my life in a what-if situation. I'd put $25, $50 down on Sean O'Malley. I think he can stick and move. He can keep the distance. If the fight hits the ground, he can get wrist control. The length, put the feet on the hips and kick him back, get back up. All of those things to avoid the damage, I think he has the potential and the ability to do. So if I'm looking at Sean O'Malley, I'm like, you can probably sneak or ink out a 3-round decision. 3-round. All he's got to do is win 2 rounds. Got to win 2 rounds.
Possibly. All right, then we have another incredible fight when you take a look at it. Beneil Dariush against Mateusz Gamrot. Man, 21-1 for Gamrot, 21-4-1 for Dariush. Dariush has to be one of the most, I don't want to say, he's almost underestimated. People do not give this guy any credit as being a really good fighter. Gamrot, I think they're starting to, based off of his last fight with Sarukian, they're starting to see, oh, this guy's really good. It was a close fight with Sarukian. There were people that thought Sarukian won, but I thought Gamrot actually pulled it out. Dariush, he's got something to prove here just to stay where he's at because he's been winning, and dropping in the rankings. Doesn't make sense.
The layoff. I think it's the layoff. I also think this is a really dangerous fight for him to take. I talked about this earlier on the show when they said, hey, we want you to fight Gamrot. And he's thinking to himself, fuck it, I'll take it. What concerns me, honestly, with him is that every interview that I've read about him or if I've seen maybe I've just seen clips from, he can't seem to keep the title fight out of his mouth. You need to worry about the guy that's in front of you. You need to be worrying about not what's...
Especially when he's that good.
Don't worry about the title shot. Don't worry about, if someone falls off. You have no control over that right now. Focus on the guy in front of you. And this guy is good. This guy is a dog. He's got power in his hands, but he's a damn good wrestler. He chains it all together very well. He strikes and then chains his wrestling together off of that. It's going to be a tough fight for Dariush. I also think that Dariush, because he seems like he's preoccupied with other things, I hope this is one of those learning lesson, John. A lot of times you'll see fighters get caught up in, I was ranked number 3. Now I'm dropping in the rankings. Now I'm fighting a tough guy. Like they get occupied with other things, and then next thing you know, things start to slip away. And so I hope that's not the case, because Dariush has the reason what makes him so fun is John. He fights like a fucking wild man.
He does.
He will fight anywhere.
He's all
He'll
over
fight
the
you on the
place.
ground. He'll fight you on the feet, spinning back fist. He's mixing it up. He reminds me a little bit of a younger Tony Ferguson, right? Like how Tony used to be. Like he would just throw the right hand, miss, come back around, spinning back fist, miss that, shoot a double leg, couldn't get it, roll underneath. Like he just did everything just crazy and wild. And Dariush will just take the fight wherever it goes, and he doesn't matter. He doesn't care. Because he knows he's good everywhere. And that's the great thing about watching guys that are really good at MMA. They will fight you everywhere. They're not worried if the fight goes to the ground. I'll get back up, or I'll hit you with a submission. I'll threaten submissions to where you let me up. And they're not worried about, okay, I don't have to force to get the takedown. I can stand on my feet. I can bang with you. I can trade with you. And Dariush is that guy. Dariush is the guy that can do it all. And he throws caution to the wind, and he's out there to have fun. He looks like he's having fun when he's fighting. He's a big guy too. I mean, he seemed like a big guy, but then I saw him in person at the
not that big.
The last Bellator. He's not a big guy. He seemed big when I saw him originally. Maybe I saw him in the off season though. When guys kind of fill out a little bit.
Yeah.
But then I saw him at the last Bellator, and he didn't seem that big. He was pretty slimmed down. So I mean, John, let's look at the weighing in on the odds. MyBookie.ag. Use our promo code weighing in. Let's see what we got here for this. You've got Beneil Dariush at plus 144 against Gamrot at minus 185. I mean, do the gamblers, does the bookie site know what are they seeing? What I'm seeing a little bit of, like the distractions, the focused on everything else. Like he got mad when Volkanovski said, "I'm next in line for the title." He's like, "No, I'm next." Don't worry about it, man. You have no control over that type of stuff. So those are the things that concern me. Like, I know he's a good fighter, but if mentally you're not there, you're not focused on the guy that's in front of you, that scares me a little bit. That scares me. So if I'm looking at the odds, go ahead, John.
No, it's all right. The one thing that with your if you're gambling, you got to be careful, because the one thing about Dariush, he is tricky with his submissions. He has got a good full submission game. His guillotine is tight. He's got a great Darce choke. This is not an easy fight for Gamrot. This is a tough one. And I'm at plus 144. You could be right. He could be looking and thinking about everything but the opponent that's in front of him, which he should be focused on. But at 144, I'm going Beneil Dariush.
I am too, by the way.
Okay.
Even though I said all those things, I'm taking the guy who's been in there against top level competition. He's been in there. He's been ranked in the top 5, top 4, whatever it is. He's up there. He's a guy that he's proven himself time and time again. The verdict is still out on Gamrot. I think he's a talented fighter. I think there's a lot. But if you look at Saryukian, he's a great fighter as well. There was just too much back and forth, this and that. Dariush has been faced with good wrestlers, with good strikers. He can deal with it all. And that's the benefit of being well-rounded. I'm going with Beneil Dariush at plus 144. And I'm probably, I potentially may even take the under. I may even take the under at plus 144 on the 2.5. I mean, that basically means they can't go the distance. And so, if I'm going to look at this fight, I think in the last fight with Gamrot, there was a lot of wrestling involved. He slowed down quite a bit. Beneil Dariush will push this action. He will push the pace. He will not slow down in the third round. He will be wild in the third round. He's a wild child, man. He's wild. The salt and pepper hair gives it away. It lets the world know I was born for this. What was the guy's name? Rod Stewart had like the hair that bounced a lot. That's kind of what I look at with Dariush. He's got that salt and pepper hair, and I think he's gonna have a he has that wisdom. Yeah. That wisdom, John.
It's a wisdom.
So
last one to start off the main card, Caitlin Chookagian against Mano Fiorot. This is a great matchup. Fiorot really having great stand-up. Caitlin being a fighter that loves to be in the stand-up, doesn't have big knockout power, but just puts volume on people. This is, obviously the UFC is looking at Faro and seeing, well, we're going to put you in against, in the deep waters, since Chookagian's that person that, she didn't get, the win in her championship fight, but she beats everybody else.
Not a lot of people get a win against Valentina Shevchenko. So I'm not
that's the whole point.
gonna criticize her for that.
No, not at all.
John, I think it's gonna be a great fight, but to me, the fight that I was really looking forward to, and I felt like I called this fight, you and I actually called this fight, hoping it would match up, was Bilal Muhammad versus Sean Brady. I wanted to see this fight, and everyone's like, oh, it'd be the boringest fight ever. I think you're gonna end up seeing two guys that are gonna grind on each other. I think there's gonna be a lot of action involved because Sean Brady will walk him down and make Bilal wrestle, but I don't know if Bilal wants to go to the ground with him. I don't think Bilal wants to be on the ground too long with Sean Brady. Sean Brady beat Craig Jones. Craig Jones is a fantastic grappler. Fantastic. Sean Brady's good. He will handle everything that Bilal Muhammad will do on the ground. The ability, though, to get sweeps, the ability to attack the legs, all of those things Sean Brady can do. So will Bilal try to keep this thing then on the feet, sprawl and brawl? Sean Brady's got the better striking. This is a very dangerous fight for Bilal Muhammad, but there's also that pace and that cardio that Bilal brings. That Sean, he comes in always in shape. But I gave him a lot of flack about him not looking too spectacular in his last fight.
He did not appreciate that flack.
And then he came on the show and yelled at me. But he's a fantastic fighter. He's got all the tools, all the weapons. And I know it was the first time on a big stage for him, like fighting a really big name guy. He came out, got a dominant win. I thought it was a very good fight. I look at him. I look at the sky is the limit for him. He can continue to do what he's doing. It's a tough fight for Bilal Muhammad because Sean Brady's the better striker. Sean Bader's the better grappler. Maybe, I don't know about the wrestling. I'd probably give it to Bilal, close. But I think we're going to see them get after it. I think you're going to end up seeing these two guys on the feet, having to trade punches, having to get after each other on the feet. It's going to be a good fight. It's going to be a great fight.
You're right. I think it's going to be a great fight. There's quite a few fights on here that you can look at and you go, man, that matchup right there, there's so many good ones. It's you got to give it the whole fight card is stacked. Malcolm Gordon going against Muhammad Mokaev. That's going to be a great fight in the flyweights. That is a fantastic matchup. Your guy Abu Bakr going against one of his own in Gadzhi. Unbelievable matchup. That's going to be, and the one thing you've got to look at Abu Bakr. He has at times slowed down in fights.
Yep.
And so, what kind of shape is he in? Because when he's in shape, the guy's fantastic. But when he gets tired, he becomes average. And
the same thing with Zuba.
Yeah.
With Zuba's the same thing. He tends to slow down as the fight goes on. He's a dynamic fighter. Like, he's got great side kicks. He's got good wrestling. He's got good striking. He possesses power. The thing with him is that he doesn't know when to conserve the energy. He's getting smarter with it as the fights have gone on. He's getting smarter with it. So between him and Abu Bakr, that's all they have to do is really learn when to let it go and when to just dial it back, catch your breath, and then let it go again. And utilize your wrestling. Zuba doesn't utilize his wrestling as much as he could to slow the pace down. Abu Bakr, too, he likes to get into trades. He likes to trade punches, and then he gets tired, and then he doesn't know when to rest, and the other guy pushes back on you. But I also think that both of them have been together side by side with Islam pretty much this whole way since June and July. They haven't left. They've been training daily. They've been working the mitts. They've been doing the hill sprints. They've been putting in the work. They've had nothing but, people there making sure that they're eating right, taking care of themselves. Their goal is to get all the way up into these title shot areas. And I think being there with Islam, understanding what he's going through to reach his goal, it's been with a purpose. They're all there to make each other better. And I think you're going to see great performances out of all three of them.
Yeah, I agree. You got to admit, 280. Is this the best fight card of the year for the UFC?
So far. I think it's the best fight. I think, honestly, I'm going to be honest, this is the best fight card of the year, I think, from every promotion so far.
Yeah.
I thought Bellator's fight card in Long Beach was pretty damn good. That was a good fight card. I mean, the Aaron Pico thing, it was insane how it all went down with the shoulder thing, but I would have loved to have seen that fight. Would have loved to have seen that fight really, really go out for the full 3 rounds. Is there any other fights on here?
No,
I mean, I know they're all good.
We've
Yeah.
talked about
All
the
right.
ones that are important.
Okay. All right. Well, hey, we're gonna wrap up. That's gonna wrap up our 280, and I'm sure we're gonna talk about every fight on the weekend show.
On the flip
We're covering
side?
all this. John, are we doing? Are we gonna try to figure? We'll talk about it.
I don't
Actually,
know.
I was thinking, are we doing the main event? Are we doing the main
I don't
event?
All if we can
we'll
get it to
figure
work
that
out.
Yeah, we got to try to figure this out. All right. Let's see, Dave. What else you got for us?
All right, we'll do a couple of items here. So we have this first story coming out from Dana White saying that after this UFC lightweight title fight this weekend, Alex Volkanovski will be next for a title fight for the lightweight title. So, depending on who wins this weekend, will be the next opponent.
All I can say is
Volk.
Beneil Dariush is pissed. He can't win. You got to give it up and say, let's be honest. Volkanovski has put away. Has he run the gamut in the featherweight division? Pretty much. When you're looking at it and you're saying, I mean, he's fought Max multiple times. What are you doing, dude? He's fought Max multiple
Dave's
times.
not even paying attention.
You got Brian Ortega. He's had a fantastic showing against him. There's just no one that you can look at and say, well, he needs to fight so and so to prove that. Like I said, right now, this guy is the best pound for pound fighter in the world. I said that. When he had his last fight against Mac, and I think I said it when he had it against Korean Zombie. But the guy is just remarkable as far as what he's done and how good he is. And you can sit there and say that yes, he has. Josh Emmett is a guy that he needs to fight. I would like to see that fight. But other than that, he's done it all in that. So does he deserve, getting a shot at the lightweight champion? Yeah. It might not end up, going the way, people will think and stuff. It might not go Volkanovski's way, but he deserves the opportunity to try.
Yeah, John, there's guys in there that, of course, I want to see him fight, but those guys are far enough down that the potential of them getting to them is still yet to be determined. I want to see Arnold Allen have a couple more fights in those top guys. I want to see Bryce Mitchell up in there in those top guys. Those are two guys right now that I'm very interested in seeing them get to a title shot. But that's 2 fights away for each one of them, maybe even 3. So outside of those guys, and then Evolov, I could probably see that fight too of him coming up. But that fight I think he just fell off with the Bryce Mitchell fight.
Against Bryce Mitchell.
Yeah, so now, I mean, pretty much who is it? There was Pretoria, Taporia. He I guess he's been calling out Bryce Mitchell, so Bryce Mitchell said, you know what? Keep my fucking name out your mouth. Come bring it to me, daddy. I got that. I accept that fight. So now it's up to the UFC to put that fight together. Bryce Mitchell, he's a very interesting fighter. And I look at the same thing with him and who's the other one? Evolov and the guy that I mentioned before that, Arnold Allen. Those 3 guys are the 3 guys that I look at. I'm looking forward to seeing them make their
Arnold
run
Allen's
into
got to
that
get
title.
past Calvin Cater.
He
That's
does.
not an easy get by.
No, it's not, but I think he does.
I'm not saying he can't.
I think he does.
He's got that matchup coming. So,
yep, give me a fun fight. And then the winner of the Jan O'Malley gets the next bantamweight title shot.
But you also got to take a look. If you look at Alexander Volkanovski, he's got 1 loss in his career. 1 loss. That was at middleweight.
Yeah. Jeez, man.
Yeah,
That's crazy.
Go ahead, move that thing. Take a look at the weight on against Corey Nelson. That was at middleweight.
Welterweight by the looks of it.
Was it welterweight? Okay.
Yeah.
They put it at welterweight. I thought it was at middleweight. Okay, so welterweight. You're looking and you go, man, the guy's fought at a multitude of weight classes. He has fought at lightweight before, and he's gotten wins. So, I think he deserves it.
John, I'm not gonna even argue that. Like, I like to just argue shit just for the sake of the show.
Yeah.
And I can't. Like, guys, like I said, the 3 guys that I brought up just a second ago, those guys have a little bit of ways to go to give him new talent for him to fight. They've got a lot of shit to work out on their own before they get to him. And then in the meantime, go ahead and let Volkanovski fight and try to become a 2-division champion. He's got his hands full with whoever he decides to fight going up. If Volk does get that, right, you've already got 2 other guys. You've got Michael Chandler, who's been chomping at the bit, going, I deserve the next title shot, which he doesn't. And you got Dariush, who was ranked high, that was basically supposed to fight Islam to see who fought for the title shot. He's more in line to get should be more in line to get a title shot. And then you've got whoever wins this fight, Islam and Oliveira. There's guys that are. What are they doing with Dustin? Where's Dustin doing? You know,
Dustin's
he's
fighting
number 2 still.
He's fighting Chandler.
Oh, that's right. That's right. That's in November, right?
November.
Yeah, Madison Square Garden,
New York.
Yeah, that's right. That's right. That's right. All right. Fuck. Sorry. You know.
It's all right.
CT. You know, brain damage. Oh man,
All
I'm
right,
sorry. I've been
next
so
up there,
stoked.
Dave.
I've been so stoked about this card that's coming up.
Oh,
I haven't
man.
even thought that far ahead.
That's
There you
good
go.
excuse. Good excuse. So the next one is
English, Dave. Speak English.
Yuri came out and was talking about meditating in darkness for 3 days, and I want to get your thoughts here on this whole like idea that he didn't talk a lot about it. He just said, "Yeah, I don't really want to say a whole lot. It's my personal thing. This is like just a form of deep meditation where he's in a room, kind of battling demons for 3 days in darkness. Kind of bizarre."
Okay, before we go on, can you explain to me who this is? Yuri? Yuri who?
Prochaska.
Oh, I had to have you say it. Not a bad job there, Dave. Yuri Prochaska. Look, no matter what, guys meditate, whatever it is. It says he was in a room for 3 days, no food. Go ahead, fast. I don't care. Look at whatever Yuri wants to do. But we've always talked about Yuri is a different guy. He's a different duck. He does things that other guys don't. He sits there and he hits trees and does all kinds of different things. I don't give a shit. The dude can fight. And he is a handful. And he believes that his win over Glover was the worst performance of his career. He believes that he's a way better fighter and he wants to prove that to everyone. I thought he did some fantastic. I'm not saying the fight wasn't sloppy in areas. It was. But it was sloppy by both guys. And so, that sometimes is based upon both guys giving, others, problems, and they're seeing things that they haven't seen before and they don't know how to deal with it and stuff. And the guy's a stud when it comes to fighting. The real thing here, Josh, that I look at with all this stuff is there's all these people now talking about how good Yuri is. And not even 2 years ago, when he was coming over from Ryzen, I said, hey, all you people that say there's no good fighters out there, stand by. This guy's going to be a champion in the UFC. He's that good. He's there. And to everyone out there, you see, there's great fighters out there everywhere.
John, you can keep saying that till you're blue in the face.
Doesn't matter.
You know
Everyone.
They weren't good till they got to the UFC.
That's it. It was only because they got in the UFC that they're any good. I love it.
They weren't good till they got there. Like, yeah, right. It doesn't matter where they're at. There's good fighters everywhere. Like, there's so many talented fighters in one. There's so many talented fighters in Ryzen, and they got the new lightweight champ that they have up there in Ryzen. The guy's fucking nasty good.
He's a stud.
Nasty good. And he's the new lightweight champ. And he's got a win over Tawfiq Mosayev. It's like, holy shit, these guys, they're everywhere. Now, obviously, I think in Ryzen and in One, they're gonna have a lot more talented fighters in the lower weight classes.
Yeah.
That's been kind of historically what they've had, outside of when the Pride was around and they just brought in all the big guys from all around the world. I look at with Bellator has a bunch of top talent fighters. Well, Yaroslav Amosov to me is one of the most underrated fighters in the sport, if not the most underrated fighter in the sport. Yuri was one of those guys as well. Yuri's a guy that he doesn't look like he knows how to fucking fight, but the guy's a fucking fighter. The way he fights, John, I'm like, what are you doing?
Oh, yeah.
You look like an idiot out there sometimes.
But man, he's effective.
But He's effective. What he does works for him. Dominic Cruz, people made fun of him for the longest time. Now, you can't make fun of him. Look at him. Guy's fucking multiple time world champion over and over again. Beat every best guy that's ever come in through that weight class. Dominant performances. Guys that don't have, or guys that have unique styles tend to give other fighters problems. Lyoto Machida, same shit. You know, guys that have those type, like Yuri's style, of just a weird funkiness.
Guys that are awkward or hard,
bring in
because it's not something that you see in the gym. You don't get to work against it very often.
MVP, same shit. Like, you got to bring people in to give you that style, and it's hard to find those guys. And when you do find them, they're not exactly the same type of style. There's just differences that just can't be mimicked by those talented fighters. He's a talented fighter. I think Glover gets him this time, but then we are a year removed. You know, another 8 months or whatever removed. But I think Glover understands the mistakes that he made, and he's a very smart fighter. Glover has always been. Yep. I just wonder if this year remove is going to really catch up with him, because every year getting older, it does have an effect. Yeah, but we're going to see. We're going to find out. I don't give a shit about you being in a room for 3 days. Stupid.
Yeah, be in a room. If I was Yuri, or if I was with Yuri, as far as, you know, like an advisor or something, I would say, Yuri, it's okay to go into the room. Go into the room. Be in the dark. If I was you, I would bring a friend. Usually one of the opposites. Like, whatever, you know. You do what you want.
Hey, to each their own, my brother. To each their own. All right, what else you got there for us, Dave?
All right, we'll wrap up in this last one. This seems to be a big story, but you know, the way that it was kind of put out, I don't know if it necessarily seems to be as big a deal as it is. So the Ariel Helwani reported earlier that UFC fighters are now prohibited from gambling on any UFC fight, regardless of if they are involved or not. They can still be sponsored, just not allowed to bet at all. But there's actually laws that already kind of prohibit some of this. The UFC has updated their athlete conduct. Let me see exactly what this is called.
There is no law
their conduct
that exists. No law that
in
exists.
some states.
Bullshit. There's no law that exists that says a fighter cannot wager on a fight.
And the athlete conduct policy, they updated that for the UFC specifically to say that this is now against the conduct policy for UFC. The fighter cannot gamble on any fight, regardless of whether they're fighting or not. They are their training partners, their family within the same household, and then there are other people mentioned here: managers, handlers, athletic trainers, medical professionals, and staff. And then they must report, obviously, to see a violation. But it does say that it's in accordance with laws that most states. Athletes should also be aware that in most states, these same prohibitions apply to some or all of the relatives living in the same household as an athlete. So, thoughts?
I mean, look, I understand. If you're betting on yourself to lose.
Yeah.
Outside of that, I don't understand.
There've been a lot of fighters that have bet on themselves to win. Okay, I don't have a problem. Yeah. If where this could come into effect, and you say there's a problem, someone says, "Oh, I've got odds that, you know, my opponent is freaking, you know, minus 1,000. I mean, plus 1,000, and I'm minus 2,000. I'm just gonna put a bunch of money on my opponent, and I'm gonna throw the fight." Yeah, that's a problem, and that's what the UFC is trying to basically make sure can't happen. It could still happen. Let's just be honest. To sit there and think that it can't happen, it could always happen. Does it happen? Not really. You know, we used to have this as far as athletic commissions, especially in the state of Nevada. You know, as soon as you're licensed in the state of Nevada, you don't gamble. You know, and it wasn't that I didn't gamble on MMA. I didn't gamble on boxing. I wasn't allowed to gamble on any of that stuff. You've got a license there, and you can't gamble, and I understand it. It makes sense, because it's just the perception. And as soon as there's the perception, the company has problems, and they don't want those problems. But let's just be honest. Josh, if you wanted to bet on something and you're under contract with the UFC, all you can do is go to a friend and say, "Hey,
Give you the
this
money.
bet in for me." What's that?
God would just give you the money.
Yeah,
John,
that's it.
I want to bet this much money on this person. Get your wife, get your girlfriend,
And when
get
it
your
says
friend,
directly
get-
or through a third party, yes, I know what it's saying, but that's what they're going to do and say, well, that's what I thought I could do. I don't know. It's you got to think about it. 20-some years now, we're close to 29 years, and now this is it. Now you're coming out with this after the 29 years. They've had this. It became in baseball back when Kennesaw Mountain Landis was the baseball commissioner. He had Shoeless Joe Jackson and the White Sox, who supposedly through Rothstein, through the World Series. Can't have it, because then people take a look and say they don't believe in your sport. They don't believe that it's on the up and up, and that can cause you problems. I understand what the UFC is doing. I'm not sure it's a problem though.
Can I ask you a question?
Obviously they got something that came to them that they looked at and said, we got a problem.
Can I ask you a question though?
Yeah.
I don't need to go to a casino to place these bets. I can do
No.
my shit from my phone. That's
That's
my
the whole
thing. Like,
point.
how are you gonna regulate what I'm doing on my phone? Like, I don't. They don't have access. That should be private.
That is private.
Private records. So if the UFC, what are they gonna do? They're gonna go to MyBookie. They're gonna go to DraftKings. They're gonna go to BetMGM. They're gonna go to
BetMGM,
Caesars. What are they gonna do? Yeah, what are they gonna do? Are they gonna go to all these gambling phone sites or apps?
They're gonna say, we want
like,
your
hey,
phone.
we need to know if our fighters are on here. Yeah.
We want your phone. Let us see your phone. Uh-oh.
No, and then
Now we got trouble.
Yeah, I mean, bro, I wouldn't even let my girlfriend see my phone. What makes you think I'm letting you fucking see my phone? Fucking crazy,
That's
man.
That's it.
You know what I mean? Like, it
Hey,
just, I just,
this is my point.
I get if you're gambling in a casino, there's just word gets around, so and so placed a bet, blah blah blah, and then they can check and see probably because obviously the UFC is very connected in Vegas. That can happen. But I could also just give money to a friend that I'm gambling with. They go place the bet and then just give me the ticket later when we're back in the room. That can happen. On my phone, if I want to place a bet, I can place a bet through my own damn bookie that I have here.
Yep.
And I can also place a bet on mybookie.ag with my promo code weighing in. I can place another bet on somewhere. I can place bets anywhere on my phone. So they're gonna have a hard time regulating this. But whatever the problem is, and whatever made them do this,
There was
really-
something.
now-
I don't know
like-
what it was.
Yeah, but fighters, you gotta think as a fighter, you gotta start thinking like, how much control am I gonna start letting them have?
Well, the best part of the whole thing is, who's the biggest gambler you know of?
Dana White. It's hands down, man. Hands down.
Hands down. Guy gambles more
Guys
money
are-
than anybody I know.
Yeah. I mean, but they got rid of the no limit table, right? At the Palms or whatever it was, wherever they had the last no limit table.
Palms.
He got booted. Yeah, he got booted. He got 86th. He would just come in and just keep doubling down, and just lose, and just finally eventually won and took the house. Yeah. I don't know, John. I look at this as that you, as an athlete, you've got to draw a limit. You took away our sponsors and you gave us Reebok for $5,000 and $10,000 and whatever it was. I'm just being honest. You took away thousands of dollars from the athletes. And now that they have a little bit of insight, now gambling's coming around and becoming a little bit more legal and more accessible to them, and they've got the ability to make a little money on the side doing that. You're now taking that away from them. How much longer are these fighters going to start? They're going to hang out and go, man, you're kind of ruining a lot of what I'm generating, or I have the ability to generate, so I can live my dream fighting in the UFC. Fighters are going to have to start sticking together and just saying, I'm out. It's gonna take several, and I think when they were doing when they had GSP, they had Kane, they had a couple other guys that were relative at the time. They were forming that little union thing. was like, okay, now you guys have something. You guys got something. You have 5 or 8 of the top talented guys that could leave, and that would be a real bad look on the UFC. You're gonna need that. You're gonna need relevant fighters. Not, and nothing against the guys. Not Kung Lee. Not Nate Corey. Not those guys. You're not gonna need those guys. They're so far removed. Fans, they're gonna continue to just say you're old, you're bitter, you're upset that you failed, or you didn't do this, you didn't do that. That's what they're gonna say. That's what's gonna happen. It's a revolving door of just fans just criticizing them of like you were just failed, you're just upset, you're bitter. When the reality is that they just are finally starting to open their eyes and realize what the UFC is doing, and they saw it all along. They just didn't care when they were at the top. They only care when they started to come down, and that's what happens. A lot of fighters don't start to care until it's too late, until you don't have a voice anymore. You need to have that voice when you're at the top, because you don't want to rock the boat, though. You don't want to upset Dana. You don't want to upset the UFC. You want to be a company guy, but then now you're upset later on when they're taking away your right to go ahead and gamble on a fight that you're thinking, okay, I think this fight for sure. Finally, there's some good odds. I'm going to make a little bit of money. I'll put 100 down, win 500, whatever it is. They're taking that away. They already took away your sponsors. I mean, they've taken away a lot of things throughout. Now, they've also given things. They give that $1,500 insurance or whatever it was. I don't even know if that's still around, but I think it is. It's like you have insurance for your major injuries. It's like a $1,500 deductible, but every single time, but it covers everything 100%. It's a fantastic insurance program. I used it several times. I got injured in training. They covered it all 100%. Great, and the people they had working with handled it directly. Fantastic job with them. The Performance Institute wasn't around when I was around. That's another avenue for them to help save money. But all of those things, do they really add up to you making money, though? I don't know. Can't tell you. You know, I know that insurance is a big deal. A lot of these fighters don't carry health insurance. They think that, oh, I made 30 grand, I can't afford health insurance, or I made 50 grand, I made 80 grand. Dude, fucking health insurance. Number one thing. That's the number one way to go broke besides having a fucking piece of shit car. One of the number one things to keep people broke is a fucked up car. And then when you don't have insurance, that's probably number 2 or number 3. Those are things that will bankrupt you for your life. Those are important things. Get a car that fucking runs, is reliable, so you don't have to keep pushing money into it. And get fucking health insurance. Whatever you do. I had double health insurance. I had double to make sure that I didn't have to pay shit ever came out of my pocket when it came to health insurance. And it's important. It's just to understand. I know I'm rambling on about this thing, man, but the fighters are going to eventually have to stick up for themselves. And until they're ready to do it, John, like unions and all this other shit, it's all fucking fallacy. It's all fake. It's all bullshit. People are spinning their wheels. Until the fighters get together and actually stick up for themselves, it's all a bunch of garbage. They got to stick up for themselves. They can fight. They stick up for themselves in that damn cage. They can't.
Well, the whole thing.